For this evening's work and impression.
No way.
He hasn't got an award from the
Welcome to our broadcast of the North Zone T20 Festival. We are here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, Game 5, the second game of a doubleheader between Santa Cruz Sports and Combined All-Stars. We take you straight away to the toss, where Sheldon Rooks down there with the two captains and the match referee.
Right, we're here for Game 5. We're about to get underway with the toss. It is the Combined All-Star Sports up against the Santa Cruz Sports. We're here with the two captains, Brent Lazama and Chadian Raymond. We've also got our third umpire with us, Candice Laborde. She's going to get the toss underway. Numbers is the call. And it is numbers. Okay, let's. Shall I ask that question? And Chadian, I know you want to jump in there quickly. What have you decided to do?
We'll have a bowl first tonight.
You had a good chase the other night. Any changes to the team?
Yeah, we had two changes. We Karen in and Isaiah in for Joshua Wong and Aidan Antoine.
Okay, we're going to let you to it. Good luck with the team. Mr. Lazama. Okay, so we know the result of the toss. You lost the toss. What would you have done had you won?
I actually would have done the same thing, taken the due factor into mind. We would have probably bowled first too.
There's plenty of runs in the track. You're going to be asked to score them first, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. We have to set a total now to come and bowl. As I said, the due factor in the back, something to take into consideration. So running between the wickets would be important.
Between 145 and 195 we've seen. What number would you like to go for? I think I know the answer to that. Go for it.
Oh, well, with the team I have, we have some really experienced guys on the team, guys who can hit the ball and stuff, guys who could run between the wickets. It's a mix-up of even some young guys as well, too. I am expecting nothing less than 160, right? We're going for like 180 plus.
Great, Brent. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back up to Billy Furlong for commentary on the upcoming match.
Thank you, Sheldon. That's news from the toss. Santa Cruz Sports, they have won the toss and opted to bowl. I'll give you the lineups. Chadian Raymond, the young captain for Santa Cruz Sports. Cordell Andrew, Davis Guerra, Isaiah Hayes, Shaquille John, Kashma Mitchell, Keron Raymond, Alvin Smith, Devon Sween, Brian Yearwood, and the young Ryan Yearwood, the under-19 player. Missing out in today's game, another couple of under-19 players. Eden Antwine and Tristan Craig will miss out. Raymond Guel also misses out. Jonathan Harding, Savion Lara, George Malchan, and Joshua Wong misses out for the Santa Cruz team. And for the combined All-Stars, Amir Ali, Adrian Book Jr., Adrian Book Sr., Barry Hassan Ali, the wicketkeeper, Brent Lezama, the captain of the combined All-Stars, Yusuf Ramlogan, Rondell Ramlogan, Enil Ryan, Frank Simmons, Christoph St. John, and the young Trinidad and Tobago opening fast bowler and all-rounder Abdul Rahim Toppin. Missing out, Anthony Critchlow, Ken Hazel, Christian Lal. No place for the youngster, just 3 youth players allowed, 2 of them being under 19 national players. So Christian Lal misses out. Riza Mohammed is the manager. And Dion Pierre, Kareem Prince, Rishi Ramgoli, the veteran opening fast bowler, misses out with Rishi Prasad. Joining me here on commentary, Billy Furlong here, is none other than Sheldon Rooks. Welcome, Sheldon.
Hi, thanks very much, Billy. Good evening to everyone wherever you may be watching. Yeah, we're about to get underway with, as Billy said, the second game in this double header. The teams are out the middle. We've got the batsman awaiting the first delivery, and I think the first over is going to be bowled by Chadian Raymond. That was the, yeah, that's the talk, isn't it? No, it's not.
David Guerra looks like.
It can't be. I heard Chadian Raymond's name called out, but it's not.
David Guerra has the ball in hand. Enil Ryan opening the baton alongside the veteran Frank Simmons out there in the middle. And the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 coach.
And a dot to begin with. That one over the head of the bowler. A bit of a mishit there, but they come through for 1 run.
So interesting battle here. Santa Cruz Sports emerged victorious in their earlier game at the start of the tournament.
It was a very good game, actually. I enjoyed that.
Defeating the Barataria ball players, chasing down 190 in 18.1 overs.
That was game 1. Yeah.
The captain, you would have seen him, some of those shots from Chadian Raymond. The all-rounder. You're accustomed seeing him opening the bowling. That was an impressive innings from him.
There's a minor delay whilst I think it was Simmons handed his helmet back to one of the, the 12th man came out. He's obviously one of those who's much happier batting with a cap against spin.
Yeah, impressive all-rounder Frank Simmons opens the bowling as well. Opening the batting here. He's been around youth cricket. He's involved with the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And he does work as well at the Queen's Royal College, not too far from here. Helps out there, preparing the pitch and preparing for games. Defence Force uses it as their home ground.
There's Guerra, short. And he looked to cut that away. First slip was interested for a while, I'm not sure why. No. An excited call for a caught behind. Mr. Gaskin wasn't interested. There's the next delivery. It's Fuller down the leg side. I think he's got a touch on it. Well, It must have brushed the pad then, because wide has not been called. It went down the leg side, and Mr. Gaskin said, no, that's gone on the pad. Just the one off the over so far. This one hit down the ground, and that's past the man at wide, long on for 4.
That's the power of the man, Frank Simmons. Just tugged it into the onside through mid-wicket. There are 2 fielders out in the deep mid-wicket and long on. And he just shut the bat face on it and whipped through the line, full swing of the bat. And the first boundary of the innings.
5 off the first over then. 5 without loss.
It's early days in the tournament, Sheldon. The Harvard club is at the top of the table on 2 points with 1 win. Santa Cruz, having played a game already, they're on 2 points as well. But the net run rate for the Harvard club is 2.25 and Santa Cruz 1.12.
That may change tonight. Simmons has had to go and get his helmet back.
So we've had a delay start. The game pushed back to 6:45 start because of the inclement weather earlier on. Had a delayed start and a shortened game, just 15 overs between the Harvard Cricket Club and Ebony Sports Club. And the Harvard Club emerged victorious, thanks in no small part to the man of the match in that game, Andre Yard.
Nice looking shot from Ryan. It went straight to the fielder and there was no run.
So it's not Chidan Raymond opening the bowling.
At either end, no.
He was just doing the fielding there.
Yeah. Mitchell. Cashman Mitchell. Now he's making a change to the field. Ryan has faced 2 deliveries. And there's a swipe at that one, that was wide.
And Ryan trying to get some power in the shot, loses a bit of shape, he rehearses it, and we've seen it all too often. After the ball has gone, they rehearse the proper shot.
Yes, the one that they think that they would have liked to have played. Let's have a good look at Mitchell then, and look at his technique. Okay, just a little bit too full. It's driven out into the deep, and you take 1 run. Now it's Simmons back on strike. He's had the 1 scoring shot, hasn't he, with the boundary. As he waits for Mitchell now. Who runs in, nice rhythmical running. Oh, short one, testing the senior player. There is something in the trap. We said that from day one. If you have a little bit of pace, a little bit of zip, you can cause the batsman a little bit of a problem. That was a good ball.
The line could have been a little bit closer if you want to be too particular.
Yeah, if you really want to test him.
Like that.
And that one did. Well, that'll be 1 for the over.
Testing out the old boy there with a couple short deliveries. I'm sure he's up to the challenge. There's a man at deep backward square on the boundary. And 1 sweeping on the offside. The backward point. Those are the 2 fielders out in the deep for the power play.
There he comes again. Up. That one was driven to mid-off. There's no run at the end of... Oh no, there's another ball. Sorry. I saw the umpire walking. to the side, but he was just making room in case someone was going to wing the ball in to the stumps. There's the last ball of the over. Again, putting it short and paying the price this time. Saw that one coming. Nice swivel pull for 4.
Yeah, he got good timing, good power on it as well, using the pace of Mitchell. Gets it around the corner despite the man protecting the boundary. And Simmons motoring on here now.
11 without loss.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Gareth a ball, a second over, chance to have the ball cut there. It was given a little bit of width. Short enough to play the cut shot, but Ryan missed out there. There is balls again. That's hit down the ground. It's in the air. They're going to have a bit of a chase and they can't cut it off. 2 men were out in the deep. Went over the head of one, wide of the other. And that went off to the boundary for 4. Nice hit. Different field placing. May have seen that in someone's hand, but that was well hit. Nice and straight as well. That one cut away, but there's a man at backward point who stops that well, and there's no run. So another look at that straight hit. 15 without loss.
Ryan trying to match shot for shot now with Simmons.
Gara bowls again. This time it's punch back to the bowler who fields off his own bowling and there's no run.
We didn't see a lot of this in the earlier game with a lot of boundaries early on in the power play. So we just put that down to some of the conditions early on.
Gara bowls. Targeted into the stumps there. There's a slight misfield which allows them to come through for 1 run.
There are all sorts of problems there between Ryan and Simmons in the calling. Taking over for the call, it was hit straight to the man. And then he hesitated. Simmons was backing up. And they were both stranded almost mid-pitch. But for the misfield, that could have been a simple run-out opportunity.
A little bit of a slip there, yeah. The Wolf tried to sweep. Umpire thinks that that's going down leg. But I mean, I'm not a mind reader, but that's what I think.
We'll confirm your suspicions in but a few seconds. Of course, the Pub House, a major sponsor here in this North Zone T20 Festival, as well as Bermuda's Dixie Biscuits. Not forgetting the Lions brand as well. Baking powder. The over comes to an end.
Yeah, 15 without loss, unless they took a single off the last one.
So not a bad start. 3 overs gone, 16 without loss.
Good stop in the deep.
Cordelandro, that's excellent cricket all around. Made room for the shot, got on top of the bounce, picked up the line of the delivery quite well, Ryan, and dabbed it down behind point, but the man is sweeping on the boundary there, and an excellent one-handed pickup.
kept
And
them to
through,
one.
Yeah, very good work indeed.
Ashman Mitchell is in his second over now. This time not quite where he meant, but he'll take it anyway.
So many times we see that you get it off the middle of the bat, but the fielder is set for that delivery, goes straight to the fielder. And there's a little bit of innovation or inconsistency in the technique. And this one here, the bat face shutting a bit, and perhaps it was intentional. He wanted to tug it into the onside just to beat that man there at mid-on, into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think that the aim was probably to go wider, wasn't it? And it ended up looking like a mishit. But 4, it is. Another one not going quite where he thought, but they'll take a run anyway.
It shows intent from the big man, Frank Simmons. He was advancing down the track, losing a little bit of shape because he wasn't quite to the pitch of it, and looking for power, trying to tug it into the onside, because if he beats that man at mid-wicket, despite the man at deep backward square, he could very well get 4.
22 without losses. Mitchell bowls now, and that looks full. He thinks about it, but again, another one that looks as though it's shaping to go down leg side, just from the angle.
Yeah, a bit of easy decision there for umpire Ryan John, angling down the leg side. Struck him on the boot full, and it's a good delivery because it's a Yorker leg delivery. He can't believe it's missing the leg stump, but no bowler does.
And wasn't it on the back leg as well?
Yes, a good shot, you have to see.
Yeah, well,
On
good
second
one.
glance at it, there's the big man. Another big man in the crowd, Brian Charles Lara, mingling.
Pulled out into the deep. Will it go the distance? No, and it's picked up with one hand. He almost slid past that.
There's good work out in the deep. We've seen a couple of fielders, firstly Andrew at backward point, and now the man out at deep square leg, coming around, anticipating the spin on the ball as well, just sticking one arm out. Mitchell being a tad bit expensive in this 4th over.
23 without loss now. Short, pulled again. And he's not able to stop that.
Well, the intent on testing out Frank Simmons on the back foot.
Yeah.
You want to test him out with the short delivery. This one angled at the body, but he's been up to the task.
Not working at the moment, the short ball. 27 without loss now. End of the over.
Simmons quickly on to 17. Both batsmen have been aggressive.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for
Off the pad, and it doesn't go quite far enough for them to take a run.
We're still in the power play, and Davis Guerra given a 3rd over.
He's only gone for 10. Tapped out to short 3rd man, no run. Score stays on 27. 9 off 13 deliveries for Ryan. That's going to be called wide.
At times you don't mind in the power play one from the spinner going down the leg side, because probably you're not quite sure if he's anticipating the batsman coming down the track to him.
Oh, that's a huge hit. It's gone straight up. Who's going to take it? Guerra takes it himself.
Yeah, the standard of cricket hasn't been too bad here in this second game between Santa Cruz Sports and Combined All-Stars. The first wicket falling, Ryan has to go for 9. The score on 28. He's trying to go after him. It's the final over of power play from that end, the northern end. So he's looking to capitalize on the spinner, but unsuccessful on that occasion.
And Guerra gave him a bit of a send-off as well.
Well-judged catch as well, despite Simmons in his eye line would have been moving back and forth, trying to come for a single in case he put it down. But well taken high up. Good technique for the youngsters watching. The first wicket falls. The score on 28 in the power play. And Davis Guerra is rewarded for, I have to say, good bowling, tight bowling.
Yeah, 1 for 11, 2.2. Still got a few, well, 4 deliveries. No, he's got 4, isn't he? We had a curtailed game that gave us 3. He's got a couple of overs. Well, this and 1 to come. 28 for 1.
He got 9 off of 15 and just a 1 boundary. And even though you look at that and think, well, it's a T20 in the power play, but what he has been doing is trying to build a partnership with Frank Simmons, who was hitting the ball quite well at the opposite end. He was being tested with short deliveries and he came out on top so far. So it was a good partnership for the first wicket, albeit falling inside the power play.
Full and on the pads. Worked to the man to deep mid-wicket. It doesn't get that far, but he runs in off the deep mid-wicket boundary to pick up. And they take 1. The score goes on to 29 for 1. Simmons is back on strike now. He's faced 12 deliveries for his 17. He plays defensively into the onside and they come through for another single. 30 for 1.
A good look at the captain, Chidian Raymond.
Oh, no, that's again down the leg side. Or has he?
I think it's gone onto the stumps.
It's rolled onto the stumps, yeah. Everyone was saying, what has happened? We couldn't quite see from here, but it's rolled on to the stumps. Off the pad.
I'm not sure if he got some bat onto it, but if there was bat, it went onto the left leg, the left pad, and ricocheted off the leg pad, which was outside the leg stump, back onto the stumps. A very innocuous way to get out.
Yeah, the thing that was confusing was that there was a shout for LBW first. And as we were thinking about, this is not going to be LBW, it rolled off the pad and into the stump with sufficient enough strength to dislodge 1 bail.
Yeah, Guerra, who wasn't aware that he had taken the wicket via being bowled, Rondell, and he himself wasn't too sure where the ball had gone.
Yeah, what had happened.
But he'll have a lot of time now back in the pavilion to think about it and have a look at the replays as well as we have, as Brent Lizama, the captain, makes his way out to the middle. And another wicket falling now. So NL Ryan went for 9 and Rondell Ram Logan, his replacement at 1 down, is gone for 1, bowled by Davis Guerra. Guerra now has 2 for 13.
And he's got 1 over left, hasn't he?
It'll be very interesting if he will actually bowl out his quota.
Yeah, if you go brave at the beginning, just finish off with that now. Don't get clever and try and save him for later on, then he goes for some tap. You know, you've got bowlers who usually open for you. You've dodged a bullet here. I'd give him another over. Short at the body of Simmons again. He's going to have a few bruises, isn't he?
Well, he hit a few off the bat. There you see him just flexing there and just rubbing the spot. Some words from Mitchell, but Simmons just sends him back on his way. So he was just rubbing the spot. A soft spot indeed he'll have, but he's certainly being tested with some short pitch bowling. Words from the wicketkeeper as well to Simmons.
Yes, I can imagine just exactly what's being said out there, having been on the receiving end of some of that stuff myself. Short again. Yeah.
But this time not making the height that he anticipated and skids through to the wicketkeeper. And again is the conversation with Simmons. And I think it's not just a matter that they want to bowl short at him and bounces at him or chest-high deliveries. I think they don't want to pitch the ball up to him because that is in his hitting arc. Even if it's short of a length in the power play, he can just lift it over the infield. So I think they want to keep that type of delivery away from him.
Mitchell bowls again, and that's the kind of delivery that you were talking about, making sure that he didn't get. Well, that was one that was, what do they call it, tipped over the bar.
And of course, if you push the batsman back enough, and he might have been trying to bowl the Yorker there and have Simmons on the back foot. They're not even running. You could see them in the frame. But the catch was put down. Could have been another wicket in the power play. That's
Big
what's
swing,
happened, yeah. And the two fielders also in at mid-off and mid-on. Zama has a word with Simmons,
who is on 18 now.
Yeah, returns to that length.
That's not the line, though. That's the problem. One for the over.
Yeah, but now it's in the back of the mind of Simmons. He was struck already. He pulled a couple for some boundaries. And the wicketkeeper just advising him as to what the next delivery might be.
It's also, wicketkeepers like to play that trick and say, "You okay? You all right?" You know? Punched into the cover area for 1. Simmons is off strike.
And that's good batting as well, because you know you're in the last over of power play. You're looking to be aggressive. And the fans thoroughly enjoy 6s and 4s in the power play. Just 2 deliveries to come now, but on that occasion he just looks to rotate the strike because he's been in the wars a bit and he's surviving. Lezama to face his first delivery.
That's on the pads. Worked by Lezama.
And we've seen
it's the end of the over.
The end of the power play, 34 for 2. And a run rate of 5.67. Yes, I have a good shot of Lara. He made 26 off of 17 for the Harvard Cricket Club against Ebony Sports earlier. And he finished the game off with a boundary. But it was Andre Yard who got man of the match, 31 not out, and also picked up a wicket for his club. And it was a curtailed game, but they cruised home to victory, the Harvard Club, in 11.4 overs in a 15-over affair.
Guerra is going to bowl a 4th over now, and I think that's the right decision. He's in the groove, if you like. 2 for 13 off his 3. So with a new batsman in there as well,
absolutely,
I think it would be a good idea. You can always be a little bit careful with Simmons, who you've already bowled to.
And as well with the field spread, Simmons might just be thinking twice about trying to go aerial.
Well, he gave him a little bit of width with that one.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I agree with you to bowl him out.
They'll take 1 in very quickly. But that's just to stop them from thinking about anything else. There's only a single there.
And just to put the threat in the back of their minds. The next time you want to think twice. The captain, Chidi and Raymond, quick to pounce on it. He's very panther-like in the field.
22 now. Simmons 34 for 2 as Guerra bowls. And that's just tucked into the onside by Lezama. Just effortlessly, and they come through for 1.
Lezama perhaps thinking once they keep wickets intact that they have some power strikers the back end of the innings for the last 5 overs or so, the combined All-Star team.
Here are bowls again, and that's played defensively. Very watchful by Simmons. He's just decided, I think, to see Gera off. 35 for 2. Again, tucked into the leg side. It goes towards the square leg umpire, just to his left. They take 1 run. 36 for 2. Simmons goes on to 23 of 22 deliveries. Brent Lazama is just on the 1, and he plays that defensively, drops at his feet, and that's the end of over. That's the end of the over. 36 for 2.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Special thanks to Cans Poultry. One is located just around the corner from me in Endeavour on Rodney Road. Not too far away, where I can get all my poultry needs.
Is that your area then?
Yeah, just in Endeavour there. Just opposite the Avide Samaru Cricket Club.
Lovely.
The Endeavour Sports Club.
So that's where we are at the moment. 36 for 2 after 7. Lazama, having faced 3 deliveries, is on 1. Simmons. 23 of the 22 deliveries, and it's going to be Simmons to face Brian Yearwood, who bowls now. Drops it a little bit short. That gives Simmons a chance to tuck it into the leg side, and they come through for 1 run. The score goes on to 37 for 2.
Brian Yearwood, who had a good game for Santa Cruz against Barataria ball players, made 43 off of 25. Picked up a wicket as well in that victory on day 1, on the first game of the North Zone T20 Festival. Good look at Riza Mohammed there, the manager of the team, combined All-Stars.
Drops that one a little bit short. He's giving Lazama an out here every time they bowl it. It's either straight or on the pads. You can just tuck it into the onside and take a single.
Yeah, I think he just wants to hand the strike back to Simmons, and Simmons is just eyeing up any loose deliveries, looking to go after them and go big. And if he doesn't get it, he looks to ensure that he rotates the strike. So
38 for 2 now. Yeah, with a couple of steps and then bowls. And Simmons threatens to come down the track, but it goes past him on the leg side, and the umpire calls wide. 39 for 2.
Keeping things tight here.
Yeah, just walks into the lead, doesn't it? And it was floated up there, and I think he got it on the full, but he couldn't put it away. They just take the 1. 40 for 2.
And the ground fielding has been good as well. The fielders out in the deep are quick to charge into anything turned into the onside to prevent the thought of a second run. The pickups have been clean as well. Some of them one-handedly.
Thought about driving that, didn't he? It was the first one that was given to him outside the off stump.
It was generous flight as well. Just load him into the drive. Good bowling here from Brian Yearwood. Threw him in to the shot.
Yearwood walks up, bowls, it's full, and Lazama has a swipe at that one. Misses.
The opportunity for a stumping as well.
As the keeper missed out there. Would have needed to have moved to his left quicker to take that. I'm not quite sure whether he would have affected it anyway. It didn't happen. 40 for 2. Yeah, with 3 deliveries left. Pulls that one down.
Nice variation here from Brian Yearwood.
Okay, there weren't 3 deliveries left. We were just deliveries behind, that's all. 40 for 2.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB. It's banking for real.
Gaskin just indicating to Simmons exactly what action he is to expect. Isaiah Hayes. It is who bowls his first delivery and tapped back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Do you know anything about Mr. Hayes? No, nor do I. It's a first on me. Oh, juicy. And he's put that one down, unfortunately, and that goes for 4. Even worse.
Difficult chance there. He was racing in.
Yes, it gave it some air. And he should have held on to that one. I know he had to move to his left, but it was, you know, in the basket, if you like, in that area.
Problem is when you're charging in like that, you can't. It's difficult to have any give with the hands.
.44 for 2, and take another run. 45 for 2.
Mitchell trying to outfox Simmons into thinking that he misfielded to lure him in for a second run. Simmons wasn't having it, and then he tossed the ball straight in the direction of Simmons. Nearly took him out at the non-strikers then.
He's having a good time in the middle, Simmons. He's been fed a few short balls that he's managed to put away. He's worn a couple, maybe 3 is the next delivery. This time it's Lizama who gets a chance to free his arms up. Doesn't quite get to the boundary. They come through for 146 for 2 now.
5 boundaries struck by Simmons. He had a chance now. Put down at the man running in from long on. Malchant put the chance down in this over.
There's a swing at that one, attempting to pull. And as we've seen so often, once it gets past the keeper, it goes very, very quickly.
Yeah, no need to run on this occasion. Simmons just had to get bat on it. And he got sufficient bat on it to beat the man at short, fine leg. And it raced away down to the boundary for 4. So 6 boundaries now for Simmons.
And that's
he goes on to 34.
That's the 50, isn't it? 50 for 2.
The 50 up. 5.31 the run rate.
The short option hasn't worked for them against Simmons, I'm afraid. Very defensively back to Hayes. End of the over, 50 for 2 after 9. Simmons is on 34, having faced 29 deliveries. Lizama 3 off the 8.
And then 7 boundaries, 7 fours in this total. This partnership now on to 20 off of 24. The opening partnership 28 when the first wicket fell. Ryan went for 9. The opening bowlers, the off spinner Davis Gurry, he's bowled out 2 for 16 he has. And there were 15 dot balls in his 4 overs, he conceded 2 boundaries. Good bowling from the off spinner at the top of the innings.
Lazama waits for the next delivery. He comes down the track, he lobs it over the head of Brian Yearwood, and they come through for a single.
So after the power play, fielders out in the deep, long off, long on. A deep cover, deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. There is a short third man and a short fine leg. And a point and extra cover on the 30-yard circle on the onside.
That swung out to a deep backward square. Well, we haven't had the signal from the umpire yet. We get it now. No ball. He took that on the full above the waist.
Yeah, the first thing umpire Gaskin had to do was get out of the way. It was smacked in his direction over his head, but he still had to take some evasive action. No doubt it was a no ball, going to be a free hit. Lazama have the opportunity.
Yes, they took 1. Simmons is down at the non-strikers end on 34, 51 for 2 with this free hit. There's a good swing. That doesn't have to worry about the possibility of being caught. They come through for 1 run. Simmons comes back on strike, and the score goes on to 54 for 2.
He wasn't given any pace to work with for that free hit. Lazama. It's good thinking from Brian Yearwood.
Just slowed it down a little bit as well. Sorry, you said that.
You just said it a different way.
I just realised that you'd said he wasn't given any pace. Sorry.
Well, it outfoxed the batsman as
well.
well.
I am listening. I am genuinely listening to what you're saying. I just lapsed there for a moment. 54 for 2. Yearwood, little walk, and then in he bowls. It just died at the end there. Managed to get enough bat on it to hit it out into the deep. They come through for another single, and the score goes on to 55 for 2.
It was good bowling here from Yearwood, just continuing off where Guerra left off the top of the innings, creating pressure, bowling a lot of dot deliveries as well. He's bowled 4 dot deliveries so far.
Pulls that one down a little bit, thick edge. There's a man, that short third man, he's angry with himself, Lazama, for not having hit that harder. It was a little bit delicate in the end. They ended up not taking anything at all.
With that occasion, he's just trying to hit it too hard instead of just guiding it with a deft touch. Could have beaten third man. He's trying to get power onto it, and trying to get power on a delivery that Yearwood is not offering any pace.
Or kill the pace completely and run through quickly. Here's another chance. This one's hit down to the ground too, long on. They take 1, and the score is now 56 for 2. End of the over. Simmons on 36, Lazama on 6, and it's time for the Blue Water drinks break.
They want to get the inside information. You go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB. It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
To double the score, 112, you're not even in the ballpark. So they have to more than double the score. Remember, this is a team, Santa Cruz Sports, that chased down 190 odd. So 112 is not going to cut it. 130, 140, I mean, Lazama was talking about 160. We're lucky to get to that. To be honest, we'll come back to you for your thoughts on that. Nice strike from the aforementioned Lazama. It goes out to the long on boundary, wide long on boundary. They take one and the score goes on to 58 for 2.
I think from here, if they look to get somewhere around 145, which would mean just about 9 runs on over or so in the last 10 overs, then they can be competitive. And just wondering, you did make mention in the earlier game that we're playing on the new strip. And I think that has impacted the score as well.
Good point, Billy. Good point. A nice swing from Simmons. It goes straight to the man, however, at deep backward square. And they managed to come through for another run. It's 59 for 2.
And it has to be said, Sheldon, that Frank Simmons looks like he could go at any time in terms of big hitting, I mean. He has the ability to do it, and he's paced his innings well. He's maximized loose deliveries in the power play, put away a few boundaries, and he's got 5 of them in the power play, but more circumspect afterward. But he looks like he could still hit some more.
Zama misses out there, doesn't get as much of that ball as he would have liked, but they managed to come back for 2, and I think it's the first time that Lazama has scored more than a single, isn't it?
Yes, I think you're quite right.
8 of 14. He's doing his job because he's there. Wickets aren't falling.
Well, he is. Yes, I agree with you. But Simmons was only looking for the single. It was not until he realized that Lazama was calling him back for 2,
which they took. There's another nice stroke from Lazama. He picks up the fielder in the deep, and they come through for another 1.
It's quite humid out there, and you could tell from the body language of Simmons as well. He's been out there from the start. You saw it in the earlier game with Jones, the captain of Harvard, who seemed to succumb to the saturating conditions out there early on. He was quite exhausted at the end of his innings.
There comes Hayes again. He gives it some air. It's hit down the ground. One bounce to the man in the deep. It was a good hit by Simmons.
Yeah,
But that man is quite straight, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. I thought maybe it was that wide. He could look to go over extra cover, but he was clearing the front leg and pushing it down the ground. He almost didn't reach it.
Hayes bowls again. And they've brought a man in to stop that little tuck off the pads that Lazama likes. End of the over. I think it's 61 for 2. That's if my memory serves me correctly. 62. There was another run there.
So
2 for 2.
A good comeback over there from Isaiah Hayes. He was a bit expensive in his first over. He went for 10. So a good comeback from him here. The spinners working in tandem, trying to squeeze the pressure.
Guerra's bowled out, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's bowled all for 2 for 16 and impeccable.
Yeah, absolutely did his job. Who else opened with him?
It was the fast bowler Kashmir Mitchell.
And he has gone for...
He went for 20, but he did try out a few short deliveries against Simmons that was
He
pulled
got
around
hold of
the
him,
corner.
didn't he? Yeah.
I think he hit him for 3 boundaries. So he was a bit expensive, despite bowling 9 dot deliveries in his 3 overs.
First delivery of a new over, up in the air, out in the deep, but one bounce to the fielder. And another run goes onto the total, 63 for 2.
That was the man in question, Mitchell there, feeling a deep mid-wicket. Simmons just lighting up a little bit. He saw the flight, thought he could go big. Couldn't quite get a hold of it. Lazama at a 50 strike rate in this inning so far, the captain.
He needs to up that. He's got hold of it, up in the air. And again.
Well, he's looking at the umpire.
Yeah.
And umpire Clive Gaskin is indicating that it was under the waist height, but Lazama wasn't convinced, which is why he played the shot. He thought he would have gotten a no ball for height, but all he has gotten is out caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary by the man Mitchell.
Let's have a look and see if we can...
Well, we did make mention that the ball was dipping all the time from the bowling.
Yes, so we saw part of it. We haven't seen it actually... No, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. He's going to have to go. Either way, he's going to have to go.
There's no doubt that there is a point at which it would be above the waist. And he has to make a decision about when it arrives where the batsman is standing. Not what happens before. It could be above waist height before. Where was it when he received it? So Gaskin is down at one end.
Ryan John.
And Ryan John, then whoever is at square leg can say, I've seen this and I think that neither of them.
I'll put it to you this way. Had he let that ball go, it would have hit the stumps.
Yeah.
Because it was dipping.
Yeah.
So even though you might think that it's over the height of the waist, because it's dipping, and in fact I've seen it in a game as well that I was playing in. Have a look at it here. It has always been dipping all the time.
I think that would have been very hard to call a no ball.
Now this youngster at the crease, Abdul Rahim Toppin, was captain of the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 this year.
He faces his first delivery. He plays that defensively back to but then there's no run.
I coached this boy when he was aged 10. This youngster.
He's had a look.
He was a good all-rounder since then. He made the national primary school team. Was sponsored by the Atlantic LNG company at the time. He was on that team and showed immense potential, and he's ascended to the captaincy of the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team.
2 deliveries left in the over. And Toppin gets a little bit of that on the inside of the bat, but they come through for 1 run, and the score goes on to 64 for 3.
He had a good friend with him, a young Yasir Dean, who's off playing in Canada now, in the Canadian leagues, at the youth level still, just about 18 years of age. Good potential from these young players, and given the opportunity here in the North Zone T20 Festival.
Simmons lofts that out into the deep. Stopped just inside the boundary, and they're only able to take 1. 65 for 3 after 12.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
$65 for 3. 12 overs have gone. Your thoughts on this one, Billy?
Well, it's a bit of a slow going. We thought initially in the first game it was slow going as well in a reduced game. But here on this occasion as well, the batsmen are just struggling to get boundaries. We saw Simmons get 6 boundaries, and 3 of those were for short pitch deliveries in the power play, pulling it and hooking. But since then, it's been a struggle to try and get boundaries. So it's not like what we've seen in the first games from Wednesday to Friday, the first 3 games in the T20 Festival. Not accustomed the fans either to seeing so limited number of boundaries being struck in T20 games.
Yeah, I think we were spoilt early on. It's Chadian Raymond who's going to take up the bowling from the northern end. Now he's got a nice long run up, youthful. Simmons is called for his helmet as Raymond comes in to bowl and gives him the first delivery outside the off stump, which Raymond has, Simmons has a swipe at and misses.
So Raymond has saved himself, the captain, to bowl, I would guess, all of the remaining overs from that end. It'll take him all the way through to the 19 overs if he bowls 4 on the trot.
Good idea, I think.
Yeah, so squeeze them early on and then bring yourself on. Produce that pace and that Yorker type delivery, as well as some wide outside the off stump and a number of dot deliveries. No third man.
Simmons has that, and Raymond gets his feet out the way. He jumped over that one.
And one thing you don't want to do too many of is pitch balls up to Frank Simmons. So 41 off of 38.
He took a single off that. 66.
And this young man is no slouch either, Sheldon. If he gets going.
Well, now you've got a slightly different proposition here, haven't you? Facing Abdul Hamid top in. Oh, on the pads, but I think that's down the leg side. They come through for a leg by, but they're only able to take 1.
Yeah, a lot happening in that over there. It was a full toss. He's searching for that Yorker, Raymond. But advancing down the track is Abdul Rahim Toppin. Takes a step down the track and across as well. And angling down the leg side, but it was a full toss. They went through for a single. There was a shy at the stump, but no overthrow. Good backing up on the boundary.
67 for 3 as Raymond runs in again and bowls now short, and Simmons isn't able to connect as he takes a step down the track. There's a big swing and misses.
Yeah, Chadian Raymond is quite nippy. Has that type of catapult action. Generate an additional yard of pace. You can tell as well from how far back the wicketkeeper Alvin Smith is standing for the bowling of Raymond. He's taking a step up now.
And again, bowls. Simmons manages to get some bat on this, but it barely comes off the cut strip, and they come through for 1. That was good running by Toppin. He was down on there quickly. 68 for 3 now. Simmons has gone on to 42 or 40. Just needs to step that up a little bit. You want maybe 50 off your 40. So he's a few runs off the pace here.
Yeah, typically we see in T20s batsmen getting to 50 or off about 38 deliveries, close to 40 deliveries.
That's a good hit. There's a man out in the deep who runs in to pick that up. They only take another single. So 69 for 3. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, so they're a little bit behind where they would initially want to be. You have to say the combined All-Stars, but it's because of this type of bowling. Chedan Raymond just 3 runs in his first over, but 2 for 16 from Guerra and then 1 for 13 from Yearwood. And they've really stifled the batting of the combined All-Star. This is exactly what they wanted to do when they won the toss. Wanted to bowl first. And again, you've seen teams chasing. Seems to be the recipe for success here.
Not one of the Santa Cruz sports bowlers has gone into double figures. That's a good group there. And Raymond, as you say, can finish off from the northern end, and he can juggle a couple down at the Digger Martin Main Road end. Anyway, it's a top in on the strike. 69 for 3. Just a little bit short down the leg side. That'll be a wide. 70 for 3.
Yeah, that's the type of delivery. You want to get some bat onto it. There's no short fine leg. There's a man at deep backward square. If you get the faintest of contacts, you can't get a boundary down there. Behind square.
Yeah, we're just straying a little bit there. And that's got some turn. It's outside the off stump. And there's a bad throw. It wasn't one end or the other. Would have been the wrong end to throw where Toppin is anyway.
Yeah, that's a bit of bad communication there. The call should have been to throw it at the bowler's end. He was stranded down mid-pitch, and the throw went to the wicket-keeper's end.
Then didn't even get to the wicket-keeper. Rushed it. No harm done for the combined All-Stars. They got out of jail there. Score stays on 70 for 3. Yeah, with full. Shy at the stumps, but it was always going to be in. 71 for 3. Outside the off stump, dragged onto the onside. They come through for a single. 72 now. It's painfully, agonizingly creeping up, isn't it? Just five, just over 5 and over. Not going to trouble Santa Cruz, I'm afraid. Really got to get going here.
Yeah, they want to look back in the innings and see missed opportunities as well. Ryan 9 off of 15 deliveries and Brent Lezama 8 off of 17.
A few eaten up by those down the track, and then had to play a defensive push into the onside. They come through for 1. It's the balls faced by Simmons now. He hasn't given the best return. 43 is great if you can get those 43 off 30 deliveries.
And he's not taking too many risks either. Once he got into the 30s, and he's in fact just slowed down his strike rate as well. And just at a point in time where you want to start to accelerate, because you do have batting to come still. And in the last segment of the game now, once you've crossed past 14 overs, You're very much in the back end, and you want to try and get at least 50 runs off of the last 6 overs at the very least.
Yeah, he's just eating up deliveries that need bigger scores from. There's a man out in the deep, so they'll only take one. It's a good hit, but it's not going the distance.
And we've said enough about the pitch, but you can't blame the pitch for everything because some of these deliveries, you've got to try and get it to the boundary. It's just not quite happening. 75 for 3 after 14.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
$75 for 3 after 14. Simmons has faced 42 deliveries. He's just edged ahead. Well, he's always been that little bit ahead on runs scored off balls faced. 44 he's on. Top in, there's 5 runs off 9 deliveries. So when you add up all of those ones like you were, we'll come back to that after this Raymond delivery. Swing. Just get something on it. He's missed that, the fielder. But they only come through for 1.
There have been 40 dot deliveries so far in the innings.
Yeah, you can spread those out between the batters that have gone, but 40 is, well, 20 too many.
Yeah, that's just over 40% of the deliveries as dot balls.
Yeah, if you add 20 runs, just a single off all of those to that, that's a better score. It's a nice strike, but again, he finds the fielder and they're only able to take 1.
Yeah, we'll have to give credit to the Santa Cruz Sports winning the toss and opting to bowl first, and their bowlers have been doing a good containment job. They've picked up 3 wickets as well. The current run rate is 5.36. So they are executing their plan.
Seven for 3. You can't get that one away. That's a dot from Raymond. It's a good spell here from the young Santa Cruz skipper.
Yeah, I think he's worked it out right. The strategy think tank team decided to bring him in after 12 overs, the captain. And with this type of deliveries, he's very nippy and he can produce the Yorker as well. So they've saved him to bowl where they would have anticipated the big hitters would have been coming to do a finishing job. I suspect he's going to bowl through to the end of the innings.
Yeah, and even when they have been able to connect, they've only ever been able to get it out in the deep with 1 at a time. They can't find the gaps and they can't get it for the maximums. 78 for 3.
I don't want to jinx him as well, but Chidian Raymond has been bowling these Yorker deliveries that they can't get under it. And he's not really missing his length. We saw one full toss to Abdul Rahim Toppin, who he couldn't put away because of the pace. He was trying to change it up as well. He was advancing and shuffling in the crease. So he's making an effort to try and change it up. But Chidian Raymond is very much on top of his game here.
In he comes again and bowls. That one is full. That's the only way that they're going to get to the boundary. And it's a miss hit, really. Should really congratulate him for his 50, even if it's
49.
Well,
we'll confirm it.
A little bit of a miss hit there.
Well, the scorebook has him on 49. Well, it should be 49 with that boundary.
Yeah.
The announcer has healed his 50.
Yeah, and we've got 82 for 3. That's what I make it. In comes Raymond again. Oh, just a slower one. And conned him there, didn't he? On the line,
Simmons
he's still looking.
He's looking at the umpire. Gaskin, he's asking Raymond now. And he's not going to get the wide.
Let's see where that went then. Oh, I think he had a point.
Well, it's one that he can't get back.
No.
And everyone knew it except the umpire. 82 for 3 after 15. And he's still on 49.
Yeah, we've got 49. Yeah, we'll give him a clap with the next run. Should he make it? We don't, as you say, we don't want to jinx him. But I go back to this choice to have Chady and Raymond bowling a full quota from one end right to wrap things up. I think they know it. The two batsmen realise that that's what they're going to have to face. And they're not going to get another option. They're going to have to find a way of getting at him. He's got, what, 12 deliveries to go? Here's the next over. Good strong hit. And a good stop in the deep.
Well, he's put it down.
Well,
it went straight to him.
Couldn't see from that angle, I'm afraid.
He did see 4.
Did say 4. Let's have another look at this. What was it missing? That was a previous delivery. This is the one.
One man to beat out there and straight to him.
Yeah, that was a
in and out
sitter, I'm afraid. He even had a second stab and it should really have snaffled that. That's the one that they've been waiting for. KFC, no, that dropped inside and there were 2 men down there.
Well, what a way for him to bring up his 50 nonetheless.
Well done to him. That was the one that was put down. And I think this is the one. No, it was a 6.
Yeah, I thought it went all the way.
That's what I thought. We're calling for a KFC maximum and no KFC. But that one did go. So let's catch up with the score there. In the air, in between the 2 men, they managed to come through for 190 for 3 now.
So the first 6 of the innings, and it's to bring up the 50 of Frank Simmons.
Yeah, congratulations to him.
Yeah, it's been a good knock from him.
On 55 now. Top in to face. He goes downtown.
Yeah, this is more like it, Sheldon. It's gone all the way for 6. Aim in direction of Cow Corner. Just clears the rope. And for the second time, umpire Ryan John is to raise both hands up in the air. And they need a lot more of this. And these 2 batsmen certainly have the capability to deliver those kinds of shots. So Isaiah Hayes.
He's just travelling a little bit. Now, it can't be right there because we've had 6s from Simmons to get to, and another 6 here. So there must have been a single in between. 96 for 3. I make it. Drops that a little bit short, pulled into the onside. There's a big chase around there, and he does get a hand to it. It's a good bit of fielding. Cannot have taken 1 for that.
That's the young man, Ryan Yearwood, out there in the deep. And when we get an opportunity to see him bat, There's a player, former international player that I liken his style of batting to. And I won't quite see it just yet. I'll let you have a look at him. Make up your own mind.
All right. End of over number 16, 97 for 3. Four overs left then, and even if they do a run a ball, 24, it's really not going to get up there. 140, that should be as far as they can get, I think, from here.
Yeah, they're going to need more than 10 runs and over.
And he was, Lazama was talking about wanting to get up to 160.
Well, I think they've decided to target the opposite end, Isaiah Hayes, because Jaden Raymond here with the ball has been quite sharp and accurate.
Raymond bowls, it's full. Hit back down the ground and running in off the boundary to pick up. And they take 1.
All they can get from him with this type of Yorker deliveries. And he's mixing it up. One is wide outside your stump and one is on the stumps, his Yorker delivery. So all they can do is eke out some singles from it, unless they try to do some really extravagant, innovative batting, such as trying to scoop one over their head or shuffle around or hit a reverse sweep or something like that. But with the pace of Raymond, it might be quite difficult to do.
And he comes again outside the off stump. Simmons not claiming a wide this time. I think he was moving away and then looking to come back. And by the time he did, Raymond had delivered, and it was a legal delivery.
But he's looking to do something different here, Simmons, recognizing that they do need over 10 runs and over now. Advancing down the track to negate the Yorker delivery, to try and get it on the full. Might just step outside the off stump. There we go.
Well, he tries the ramp.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be innovative to change up the line and lengths of Raymond. And I suspected that he was going to try and step across, which he did in anticipation, because he's bowling a few wide outside the off stump and then wicket to wicket. So if you can try to predict a little bit, you might be able to predict what's coming. And Simmons on that occasion stepped across, but couldn't quite execute it to get it fine enough. But that's the type of innovation that this situation demands. As well, you changed up the length and the line. You have the bowler thinking now that he can't just try to be as consistent as he was.
That's full. Hit down to the man at long on. They come through for another single.
And as well, Sheldon, the batsmen know that because the fielders are in front of the bat on the boundary, that the third man and the fine leg are in the circle. So if you could paddle one around the corner or just reverse paddle and beat those two guys. And I've just said that, and the man drops back to third man on the boundary now from short third man.
To be safe.
He's been proactive, Chidi and Raymond.
Here comes Raymond. I think it's the last ball of the over. There's a swing from Simmons. He can't connect. No, there's another ball.
He played a booming cover drive there. Nothing but air from Simmons on that occasion. And I would suggest that he was beaten for pace. So the third man remains on the boundary for Simmons.
This is the last delivery of the over.
The 100 was up with that single from that attempt at a reverse sweep, paddle shot.
It's full. Hit to extra cover. There's no run. That is the end of the over. 103 after 17.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
100 for 3 after 17.
Bit of a long discussion as to who would bowl this over. Hayes went for some runs in the last over, so they made a bowling change now. Seems as though Kashmir Mitchell is back into the attack.
Runner ball's not going to do it.
So Isaiah Hayes, 3 overs, 29 runs, no wickets with an economy of 9.7. He was struck for 2 sixes in his last over.
Yeah, that would have pushed his figures into the, unattractive area. Everyone else, however, has kept it tight. Let's have a look and see what Mitchell can do as he runs in and bowls. Ooh, almost yorked him. Speared in at the feet of Toppin. He's going to have to let loose. Simmons is just with the, he hit the maximum, didn't he? He just managed to get ahead here, 57 or 51. Toppin's got to do the same. Yeah, in the air. Hasn't been able to put away even the bad balls. That one was full. Should really have got rid of that.
And I suspect we might just get combinations of Yorkers or attempted Yorkers and then some short pitch deliveries. He was put down at backward square, Toppin in the last couple of overs ago. And they had the man out at fine leg and backward square. But for Simmons, the fine leg is coming back in the ring and the third man has dropped to the boundary. So this one might just be, in fact, the backward square is also coming inside the ring. So it could be a full ball outside the off stump.
Driven into the onside, or worked in there. They always pick out the man in the deep. And they're only able to come through for 1. And if they haven't always picked him out, because they did hit a few maximums, it really feels as though they found it difficult to find the boundaries or maximums.
Well, as well, with the field changes that were being made, it was clear he was going to bowl full outside the off stump. And if you want to try some innovation, you could have stepped across outside the off stump, try and create something.
This is out there, Toppin. It was there for the hitting, full and wide outside the off stump. Just that kind of, big hit, inviting the big hit. Missed out. Score stays on 102.
He was in that corridor as well, outside the off stump in that hitting zone. Shall we call that corridor the avenue where Pub House is located?
Okay, we'll
that
go for that.
street avenue outside the off stump.
I'm all right with that. Mitchell, he's gone for 2 off this over. 2 balls left in it, 102 for 3. There's a man at the deep cover boundary. He runs in, picks up, and they take 1.
And that man has been out there and he's had very little to do as well, sweeping on the boundary.
103 for 3. This is shaping up, Billy, to be the lowest score of the competition so far. They're in danger of having that record. Again out into the deep. 2 men converge on it. And it's another single. 104 for 3.
Yes, just a rotation of strike really from the both batsmen out there. 59 to Simmons and 19.
Over number 7. Over number 18. 104 for 3.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB. It's banking for real.
12 balls left. That's the extent of the innings, and just over 5 and over. Here comes Raymond, and it's a bit of a gimme, that one. Just over-pitched, full, and put away gratefully.
And we see the danger with, we see hesitancy sometimes from fast bowlers to bowl the Yorkers. And that's exactly why, because if you do miss, you end up bowling a full toss and it can go for boundaries. But of course, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't continue to try to bowl your Yorkers and try to perfect the delivery. Because it is a wicket-taking delivery as well as an economical delivery.
Still a little bit too full. They come through for a single. It's 5 off the over so far. This could end up being one of the biggest overs, because they really are going to go for it here. No doubt about it. They've lost 3 wickets up to this point. 64 Simmons of 55. He's just turned it around for me, because he's held the whole innings together. I mean, goodness me, 64 out of 109. And he's done it off 55 balls. So 2 more big hits and he'd have done really well.
I think this is what we needed to see more of. Just stepping across outside the off stump, forcing the bowler to change his line or to think about it some more. I haven't seen enough of it in the first 2 overs from Raymond.
That hit out into the deep
and as
wicket
well,
area was just 1.
The 2 boundaries that came off of Raymond were off the outside edge.
Yeah.
Third man is in place. The deep backward square comes in the ring. The backward square.
6 now off the over. 110 for 3. Raymond up to the wicket. Bowls. There's a go at that. They're going to come through for a bye.
Well, he stepped across outside the off stump to try and change it up. It passed between himself and the off stump. Didn't get anything onto it. And luckily as well, didn't play it onto his stump. Actually went between his leg.
Yeah. 7 now off the over.
And this has been good bowling from Raymond. His economy rate was only bettered by Davis Guerra at the top of the innings with his 2 for 16 in his 4 overs.
Penultimate ball of this over. Again, over pitching. Getting to the batsman on the full, but they just take 1. So you got away with that as well.
Yeah, they seem content just to settle for the singles as well. Simmons just indicating, yeah, he's just signaling to the bench that he might just come off at the end of this over.
And do what? That for me, that would be the worst thing.
I think he's exhausted because he also knows he has to come and open the bowling. So it'll be very interesting if he does come off, and I think he will.
No, he's got to stay out there and swing big.
Yeah, he's already walking off at the end of the over. He's going to retire out here. Simmons.
All right.
He threw the kitchen sink at that last delivery he faced, and he's going to retire himself out on 64.
Having faced 56 deliveries. Wow.
Yeah, he's just conserving some of his strength to come and open the bowling later. And just have enough left over in the tank to head across to the pub house on the avenue.
Well, I'd have stayed in there if I were Simmons and tried to use that knowledge, that experience of hitting a few big shots. You know, you can give up on the quick single because you haven't got the energy. And I don't think he's going to recover in time to come out and be a real threat, not with 112 on the board. That's the problem.
Yeah, this youngster here has made a comeback cricket in the last season. Amir Ali. Good young talent. Doesn't have a lot of time. Just takes one delivery to come in the 19th over. And then it's going to be back.
No, it's okay. That's done. This is
Current score is 112. 112 for 4.
Shaquille John.
Very interesting time to get your first over.
Going to bowl the last over. Got the inside part of the bat there. They can't come back for a second, so it'll be 113 for 3.
So I'm not quite sure how content the combined All-Stars would be with their total that they are in the process of posting at the end of, after 19 overs, just 112.
Not at all, I'd have thought.
Especially when you have 7 wickets inside. Well, 6 now that Frank Simmons has retired out. But on the opposite side of the coin, the captain, Chadian Raymond, winning the toss and opting to bowl first, he will be
delighted, I think.
For sure.
John waits to bowl his next delivery. There was a down the track. Ali came, has a swipe at that, but doesn't connect. The dot ball, 113 for 3. The score stays on. There are 4 deliveries for Ali to try and connect. He does hit down the ground, but there are 2 men back there and straight. There's a misfield, which allows them to come back for a second.
And that's the difference there. If you run the first one hard and put pressure on the field, and we haven't seen a lot of that at all. When Simmons was at the wicket with Abdul Rahim topping, they were just running the singles, not looking to put pressure on the fielders out in the deep.
Missed out there. Now, tell me that they didn't run a second for the misfield. The ball before.
Yeah, 112 became 114.
No, it had been 113 before that. That's a huge hit. Up in the air. Nope, that's gone for 6.
Yeah, and this is the potential that has been sitting in the dugout for the last 10 overs or so. Amir Ali, the young talent. Not much deliveries, but in the short time he's been there, we see what he's capable of. He's a very good young player. Coming back after injury a couple years ago, building his game back, and he's on showcasing his talent here.
There's another big swing, and that's also gone for a maximum.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, it's 227 for 3. It's the end of the innings as well.
Yeah, so 2 KFC maximums to finish things up. 127 for 3. Shaquille John travelled for a little bit at the end there. Yeah. And it's 4 because we had the retired out, didn't we? Simmons retired out for 127 for 4. We'll have a little roundup of the highlights with Billy Furlong, and then we'll be back for the innings of the Santa Cruz Sports.
They're winning the toss and opting to bowl first. Santa Cruz Sports against combined All-Stars. A few lusty blows from Frank Simmons early on in the piece. He struck 8 boundaries in total. And also hit 1-6. That was NL Ryan. He went for 9. Caught and bowled by Guerra as the first of his wickets. And then Simmons just continued on as more wickets fell at the opposite end. One of very few boundaries in the innings, and then Frank Simmons continued dealing in some boundaries here. And this one was down the ground, was a good strike as well. Went all the way for 6. And Abdul Rahim topping. He made 22 off of his 25 deliveries. And again, a couple boundaries off the outside edge, off of the bowling of Chadion Raymond. Bowled quite well, a good tidy spell. Amir Ali came out with Frank Simmons retiring himself out and struck 2 massive 6s down the ground. He finished on 14 off of 5 deliveries, and had he come out a bit earlier in the lineup, perhaps we could have gotten a bigger score and some more boundary hitting. Lionel Ryan went for 9, Simmons retired out on 64, and Rondell Ramlogan for 1. Brent Lizama, the captain, 8 off of 17. Abdul Rahim topping, 22 off of 25, and 14 from Amir Ali in the last over of the game. 9 extras in that total of 127 for 4. 4 wides and 1 no ball for over the waist, 1 bye and 3 leg byes. Davis Guerra, the pick up the bowlers for Santa Cruz Sports, 2 for 16 off of his 4 overs, and the best economy rate of 4 runs per over. Kashmir Mitchell, none for 24 off 4. Brian Yearwood bowled quite well to keep the pressure on in those middle overs, 1 for 19 off of his 4 overs. Isaiah Hayes, who struck for a couple of boundaries, his 3 overs scores 29. And Chadion Raymond, very impressive bowling from the captain, 20. No wickets in his 4 overs. And the final over, Shaquille John was brought on to bowl that final over, and he was struck for 2 6s down the ground. His 1 over, the final over of the innings, costing 15 runs. And the biggest partnership of the innings, that of 49 or 46 balls by Simmons, between Simmons and Abdul Rahim topping. So that's the news from out in the middle. Santa Cruz bowling first, and the combined All-Stars with a total of 127 for 4. We'll be back in a few minutes for the reply from the Santa Cruz.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB. It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB. It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source. The team members, let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Welcome back. We're about to get underway with the innings of Santa Cruz Sports in this second game of the day. It's a double header. We've already had and completed the Harvard Club winning over Ebony Sports and Cultural earlier on. That was the match that featured Brian Lara. Of course, others as well, but I think everyone was looking forward to seeing Brian Lara. I think he was unbeaten on 26 at the end, and sitting alongside Billy Furlong. Billy, we're about to get underway with this one. It's not a big target, is it?
No, and we've seen teams chasing. We know what happens when teams chase, and the psychological advantage as well, knowing that you have a low total. And sometimes it can play against you depending on the approach of the batsmen. If they try to be too swashbuckling at the start and lose their wickets, you can't put pressure on yourself. But I am quite interested in the young man out there in the middle for Santa Cruz Sports. A young man by the name of Ryan Yearwood. He has a number 45 on his back. That might give you a clue as to who I think he reminds me of in his approach.
All right. Well, that one's beaten me because I don't know about the numbers.
But he's also a left-hander.
Yeah. Okay, that's getting a little bit closer. It'll be the style, his style of play then.
Look at the mannerisms as well.
Let's see.
And when he lays bat on ball, it seems as though it's going to be Frank Simmons, is it? No, it's not. Looks like Adrian Burke Jr. that has the ball in his hand.
Yes.
Adrian Burke Jr.
Adrian Burke then.
The man with the number 4 on his back. We've been trying to identify him. He wasn't given to us on the team sheet. And all our cameramen and our production team has been trying to find out
mystery player
who this gentleman is. But we will get confirmation from our scorers, who sits just next to us.
That's right.
In the adjoining room.
Yes, that's right. They'll put that up.
So it's Devon on his back. So it's Devon Sween, it looks like.
Yeah,
we have him listed as a number 23.
All right, so different shirt number. And at the non-strikers end?
It's the man.
Oh, your man. I was close to catching you there, wasn't I?
No way. No way. So there's a fine leg and a long on, the two fielders out in the deep for the power play. So we get going with Buke on the ball.
Slightly extravagant looking backward defensive push into the offside for 1. That was our mystery man who we've worked out is
Sween.
Devon
Sween.
Devon Sween. He's not related to...
Well, we'll have to ask. Is he related to Dexter Sween?
Yeah.
That information should come to us.
Right, okay, so he's got the... I'll use the bail to mark my...
Just the way he leans the bat up on himself as well. Adjusts the gloves.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
He has the do-rag under the helmet as well.
And did he bat with 45 then on his back? Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Yeah.
He did have it changed when he scored a 300. The number on his back, that was. Even the stance.
Ooh. That's going to be wide. And is he... Let me ask you this question then. Is he partial to chicken curry? No, he isn't. Oh, so it's not him then.
He's a fan of Punjabi food.
Aha, okay. So then it's on the other side of the world.
And I've built him up now so he gets some runs.
Well, I'm not going to know who it is then. Oh, almost a deflection. Completely by accident. Well, that's what they normally are, aren't they? Deflections. Right, I have to give up then.
Well, I don't want to tell you in case I'm wrong, and I am the only one that shares that opinion of what I think he reminds me of.
It's an artistic impression. That's what you've seen, and that's what you like
well,
the look of.
I'll give it to you. It's the number 45, Christopher Henry Gill.
Oh, okay.
Right. I've seen him bat a few times.
And it's the red helmet as well.
Yeah, the red helmet, the do-rag, some of the mannerisms.
Yeah.
The way he adjusts his gloves, the bat leans on his thigh.
Yes, the only thing missing is the size, I suppose. He's not quite as big as he.
Not yet.
How old is he?
Oh, he's just about 19.
Really? Okay. Well, now that that's in the mind, we can focus on it and see if he does actually look like him. Here comes another delivery from Burke. And that's it, aerial, but over the top and safe for 4. It squirts away from the fielder.
Starts in a Gale-like fashion. Over extra cover for 4. And have a look at this bowling action as well. We've been talking about Ryan Yearwood. But have a look at this bowling action. Who does that remind you of a bit?
No, you've got me there as well.
It's a little bit of a boomerang there.
Maybe because of the hesitation in the delivery.
Yes, and that arm, both arms just locked, elbows coming up.
For a moment, yeah, and then going through, yes, and then we'll see it in the next delivery. It may even look more pronounced. Yeah.
So we have a bit of an international lookalike competition going on between bat and ball.
Tucked into the onside. He thought about one. Non-striker said, no, I'm not up for it. Sween.
Have a look at the action here. Just a hint of it right there.
Yeah, that's right, because they almost come together, don't they, the hands?
So can you imagine as he gets older, young Adrian Buke Jr., and that run-up just links him with a little more momentum as he approaches the crease.
Yeah, gets a bit more power in there.
Certainly one. Even this as he leads up.
Yeah, it's all him.
It's all Bumber.
Yeah, that in front and the little hop and skip.
Apart from the bend,
Puts the focus on the batsman there.
Trying to whip it into the onside. He's not going to let anything go. He's going to have a go at it, Ryan Yearwood. If it's in his arc, he's a very positive young man as well.
Nice defensive push.
Almost anticlimactic.
Back to Burke, yeah.
He just doesn't have that little bit of double jointed action as Brumber just yet.
End of the first over, 6 without loss.
So 122 needed. And if Yearwood stays out there for any length of time, they could get very close to this total. Perhaps inside of 20 overs, if he stays there that long.
Well, I hope they're not going to take longer than 20 overs to do it.
It is Saturday night. There's KFC on offer. The Avenue Pub House is open. You can head down to St. James. They use the Lions baking powder for some roti in St. James. And of course, they get all their chicken and meat from Cannes Poultry Shop. As we'll just continue to snack on our Dixie biscuits. I like the guava flavor. Have you tried it?
I think it's a matter of taste, isn't it?
Yes.
I think you first of all have to like guava. And as a boy, I really enjoyed guava.
There's the peanut butter, there's the original cheese.
Jam I like, the jam is good. Guava jam, one of my favourites. Yeah, field placing is going to be important. If you want to put the squeeze on early.
It's this Buke Senior with the ball now. So the pair of Adrian Buke opening the bowling for the combined All-Stars, trying to defend that total of 127.
I'm not going to say his name again. I called him Burke. Down the ground. And that's the first of the KFC maximums in this innings.
It's Sween on strike. First boundary for him.
Yeah.
Down the ground in the direction of the Diego Martin main road. The ball actually, has it actually gone through the fence? It has been returned.
It did yesterday. We had one go through the fence onto the road yesterday, which is a lot
was
safer.
It over? There's a man fielding beyond the boundary. So this is Adrian Buke Senior. It's very rare that you see a pair with the same name, one junior, one senior, opening the bowling in a cricket team.
Yeah, I can't remember having seen that.
There are 2 Yearwoods in the team for Santa Cruz Sports. I beg your pardon, for combined All-Stars. There's a Brian Yearwood and Ryan Yearwood out there in the middle. Quick single. Good call. Good backing up as well. Just dropped into the offside. Current run rate 9 runs on over. Already a 6 in this over.
It's painful once that score drops below 100. You always feel that you're in with a shout when your opposition needs more than 100, but once it gets below that...
Yeah, that's psychological impact.
Good fielding. Keep it nice and tight. Keep some pressure on. It's hard to pressure when you've got such little, so little to play with.
Yeah, all you want to do is try and take some wickets to build pressure and trying to even the playing field.
Round the wicket. He pulled that one down. Got away with that.
Yeah, tried to bowl a faster one, but it just stuck in the fingers a bit. Buke Senior. He's not going to get a single. It's there, and it's going to be in trouble here. Well, that is absolute miscommunication out there in the middle. Yes, no, yes, no. Of course, it's the call of Ryan Yearwood. And the run was there on this occasion. And Sween just not responding at all. And that is certainly what you don't want to see happening. 14.
14 without loss after 2.
Yeah, running between the wickets is...
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
14 with loss after 2. Is about to make the point. Running between the wicket is almost like a symbiotic relationship between the striker and the non-striker. And you've got to work out when it's the striker's call, and you have to back up when it's the striker's call. And behind the striker, it's the non-striker's call. And you have to be backing up as well.
There's the next delivery.
He's played it on.
He just played on. Dragged it on. And there's a couple of words that were passed. Yearwood.
So we're not going to get the opportunity to analyze the youngster's batting. But he does try to hammer it down the ground. Very aggressive young batsman. And just coming off the toe of the inside portion of the bat, bottom inside edge.
Yes.
Onto stumps.
Dragging it on.
So Bummer against Gill, and Bummer comes out on top.
That was a nice little addition to tonight's entertainment. But you're right, he is Bummer-like, and there is something Gale-like about him.
Yeah, I've seen him score in excess of 50, and you tend to see once he gets settled in the innings, and he goes hard early on, and of course he's in the power play, so he wants to try and go after things that he thinks is his strong hitting zone, and that type of confidence you want to encourage, and just try to temper a bit of the shot selection. And on that occasion it was pushed wide outside the off stump and didn't quite get the front leg all the way across to it. First wicket down, 14 runs on the board. In the power play, trying to defend 127. They struck early here. The pair of Bukes, junior and senior, Adrian Buke. And it's Junior who has the wicket. Not for the first time today we see a wicket off the first delivery of an over.
Yes, I remember you mentioning that. He runs in to bowl now. Nice punch down to mid-off for 1. And they kind of scamper through. There's a little bit of urgency about that run, perhaps, given what happened previously. Chadian Raymond has come in to join Yearwood out in the middle. He's down at the non-striker's end now.
He has a number 9 shirt on.
4 is our mystery player, isn't it?
Yeah, Devon Sween.
Who we've worked out as Devon
that
Sween.
Is Devon Sween.
So we've now got Ryan Yearwood and Chadian Raymond and Devon Sween out in the middle. Another defensive push. It's 9, yeah, that is. Yes, I was talking that they've got just changed the shirt. We've had a couple like that, haven't we?
Yep. Nice quick delivery there from Burke.
Right, Devon we know. That's okay. We can keep him.
Well, he has Raymond on the back of the shirt. And there's a Kevin Raymond in the team as well, who has the number 37 on the team sheet.
Yeah, and he does have 37 on. Chadian has got 9 on, and we don't know why we had a different shirt number for him anyway.
We had him as number 12.
Heaved that one. You can see the shape and everything. End of the over. And there's a 16 for 1 after 3 overs. We had a look at the dugout, didn't we? Coming in to bowl from the Digger Martin Main Road end, it's going to be Brent Lizama. We had a chat with Mr. Lizama just before the toss, and he said he had cousins in Tobago, and they're all cricketers. Leron and Ronaldo in particular, and of course Coach Lizama, for those of you who know who that is. There's a first delivery. It's nice looking action, isn't it? He's not a big fella. What is he, 5'6" or 5'7" maybe? He runs in at a good, good tempo, nice rhythm. Nice action. Let's have another look at him, because he comes through with a reasonable bit of pace as well, doesn't he?
Definitely.
Unlucky to be called wide. It just went further away. Just pitched and went further away.
He doesn't agree with the umpire's decision, but he doesn't stop to argue, the captain, Brent Lizama. Good on him. He just gets back to the top of his mark to continue on with his work. But good pace and bounce from him.
Used the pace. He just mentioned the pace, and he used that thick edge over the top. No one down in the third man position, and that goes away for 4.
And it's always dangerous that you want to bowl that type of line with additional bounce and not have a third man in place. What we saw from the Santa Cruz Sports team, the fielders were set in the right position for what the bowlers were bowling for their line and lengths. Now they're going to put the man down, Rondell, third man on the boundary. I think Amir Ali was the one who instigated that. He's just applauding the decision that he suggested to Brent Lezama to have the man on the boundary. And the cover is going to come around the two fielders out in the deep. We're still in the power play.
Here comes Lezama again. Gives it a bit of width. There's protection down there now.
Yeah, and he's remonstrating Brent Lezama. And I want to suggest that he thought had the man been up on the 30-yard circle, that might have gone to hand. But that is a risk you're going to take because the previous one went for 4 over the head of the man. But if you're going to bowl wide and short and get that type of bounce, you're going to need the protection. And I know you want to pick wickets up, but that is almost a hit and miss there.
Yeah, you'd have to be very precise to get the catch here. You'd have to be in exactly the right spot, whereas if he's in the deep and there's a thick edge, even if it's fine or wide, you should be able to cut it off and just keep it to 1. Maximum 2. They're toying with where he should stand, but this is, of course, to the left-hander now.
Yeah, they're not quite happy or settled in the outfield in terms of the fielding position.
Whipped off the pads, and the pace of this outfield has not changed, even with the later on with dew and whatever. You hit this along the ground, that's it. You're not stopping it.
And Raymond there, the left-hander, getting bat on ball. And scored 58 off of 36 balls, man of the match in the first game. Couple boundaries in the over of Lezama.
Just got a little bit of bounce there. Managed to tuck that down.
They rode the bounce nicely.
Yeah, and they come through for 1. I like the way that these strips are playing. I like a bit of bounce, and I like to know that it's true. And if you dig it in, it's going to get up. We haven't seen a single delivery that's scooted low, and that's when you want to talk about variable bounce. This is played true. You get it up there, it's drivable. Pitch it short, you're going to travel. Dear, oh dear. Just pulls up, nicely pulled in from the boundary, but I think they're running 3, aren't they?
Yep. Buke Jr. down there doing the chase. It was dying on him at the boundary edge.
And that's the difference. When it's up and bounces, it's golf shot type. Yeah. Hit it all along the ground. It just never seems to stop. Really travels.
And your point about the pitch as well, that's what you want in a T20 game. And particularly as a batsman, you want to be able to trust the bounce to play your shot so you can hit through the line of balls that are pitched up. And as well, you want to play those square batted shots, the pulls and the cuts. We saw Frank Simmons do that quite well with his pull shots. And earlier on, we saw Lara cutting a few.
He enjoyed that, didn't he?
Yeah, we all enjoyed it. Just reminiscing of the old days.
Yeah, there were 3 or 4, maybe possibly 5, maybe even 6 really attractive shots that if you'd taken a photograph, if you had a real high quality photographer here, that could have been any time in his career.
Yeah, the technique has remained true to form.
Yeah, the shape, everything.
As they
remains.
say, Sheldon, class is permanent.
Yes.
It's been instilled in him from a very, very young age.
It's a phrase that unfortunately has never been applied to me. Class is permanent. I've never heard that when anyone's been talking about.
Well, the only time it applied to me was when I couldn't get out of engineering mathematics.
Oh.
I stayed in that class for a while.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So I thought class was permanent as well.
In comes the new bowler, short, just maybe played it from the crease. I'd like to see him just take a step back, have a look at it, and then play that down. But maybe I'm being a bit picky.
He was a bit on the move there. He was looking to just ride the bounce again and perhaps work it away on the onside or turn the bat face. But then realized it was big on him, and then couldn't get it around the corner.
The other thing is in the setup, if your first movement is here, then it is, you know, just a little step back and then punch it down. Again, you know, but this time he gets it away and they're able to take a single. It's a nice looking push as well.
He looks quite competent on the back and front foot. Firmly in behind the line of the delivery. Nice high shoulder, head over the ball.
Yeah, do you know, I was looking at the batsman, but I wasn't thinking about who it was. And I just liked the look of it. And then I realised who it was. He is very, very good. He's one of the boys from the tournament, or one of the young men that I've picked out, that if I was putting together a team, he'd be up there.
Yeah, and I particularly like as well, apart from his batting and his bowling, his energy in the field.
He's fast,
lightning fast across the outfield.
I mean, sometimes you're called a dual threat, but he may have
Triple threat.
three threats.
Bit of tweaking in the field going on. New bowler is in.
63, that is, from the Combine All-Stars. I make that top in. Abdul Rahim top in, isn't it? 63?
Yeah.
Ooh, has a little swipe at that one.
The opening fast bowler for the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 teams. Yeah, he was given the captaincy at the start of the tournament. And then there was a bit of change in the captaincy. I think he picked up a bit of an injury and had to be left out of the side, but came back strong to the back end of the tournament. Young Toppin.
There's the next delivery. It takes it on the full. Can't get it away cleanly, and they're only able to pick up one. With the throw there.
What was impressive as well, the bowling of the Santa Cruz sports team, there were just 9 extras in their innings, just 4 wides and 1 no ball for height. So in these games, we do tend to see extras contributing significantly in the total, and at times it what takes you to that mark of that 160 or above. They were quite good, Santa Cruz.
Short, it almost caught the edge there.
Yeah, that's the piece of Abdul Rahim Toppin. Came through the ranks, the EYM Sports Club. Played for the East Zone in the TTCB Youth Cricket. There's another man who played in the Youth Zone. I believe it was Central Sports, Amir Ali.
And they're all gravitating towards the north now, are they?
Well, they're looking for opportunities. It's a good, sharp, short delivery. Well played by Raymond.
End of the over. Let's see if we can. Where are we? 4.5. Yeah.
A good look at the bar graph of the scoring so far. Too many skyscrapers, just 3 overs, so 2 overs over 14 runs for the combined All-Stars. The last over from Amir Ali, he was quite destructive. And here he is with the ball in hand now. He struck 2 sixes, came out to face 5 deliveries, made 14. 2 sixes with a strike rate of 280. Had he been in earlier, could have been a different total. Gonna come on now, the spin bowler.
Yes, 31 for 1. This is, as you say, Amir Ali. Going to get a little bit of left arm.
They're out of the Premiership season where they play for their normal clubs.
Sween looks to cut that into the team. It's fielded.
The clubs from the likes of Central Sports or Marching, known as Marching Patriots, and the Power Gen teams as well. And the season is over. And this T20 festivals around the country tend to morph into teams.
There's a shout, and he's given him.
Well, Amir Ali strikes immediately. Second delivery. Long and hard, the umpire Ryan John was thinking about that decision. And he had to make a decision if with the left arm, if that ball was going to come back sufficiently.
That was a previous one.
It took a long time to make his decision. Wanted to get it absolutely right. Have a good look at it here.
Everybody liked it. Even Chadian Raymond at the other end turned away. He had a look, he thought, oh, that's gone.
He had to determine the umpire. It's a left arm round the wicket. And from that far wide trajectory, and the ball angling into middle and leg, would it have held its line and how far did it have to travel? Struck him low down. The umpire ruling that it would have hit the leg stump.
Yes, Devon Sween had to go. Amir Ali, success in his very first over.
Kashmir Mitchell is the man making his way out to the middle.
They can do a little bit of a stifling job here if they manage to pick up a couple more wickets. Then things will slow down, but it really only needs.
Just wait and see how much of this the umpire allows. Yes. Face-to-face confrontation between Frank Simmons and Mitchell.
Yeah, he's probably come out to say, it's your turn. And when they get Ali off, I'm coming on to bowl.
Yeah, are they actually going to do what Shaman Raymond did? You know, come on, bring on the fast bowler Frank Simmons to bowl in the latter half of the innings after the spinners stifle the top order?
I doubt whether they're going to have that luxury, I'm afraid. That's down the leg side.
Simmons in first slip. He's going to have another word with the batsman. He's right up in his grill. Frank Simmons. Amir Ali's not happy either. He's in conversation with Brent Lezama, and they're not in agreement, the captain and the bowler. But I think the captain is going to win that battle. I think he's insisting on a particular line for Amir to bowl because he's bowling into middle and leg, and I think he wants him bowling outside the off stump or perhaps a middle and off line and not go into the pads too much.
He's gone there again.
Yeah, I think he wants him a bit more middle and off rather than middle and leg. And tell you why. We're in the final over of power play, and the two fielders out in the deep are long off and deep extra cover. He doesn't want him going on the pads.
Bowls again. This one's gone right through him.
We wait for the umpire's signal. It's byes.
Yeah.
That would be 4 byes.
Have a look again to see exactly where this passed. And I'm anticipating it's outside the off stump, perhaps between. Well, it's going through the wicket keeper. And Ryan now is in conversation with Amir Ali. And he's pointing to the onside. He just has 3 fielders on the onside. So you could understand the point that the captain wants him to stay outside the off stump. Simmons now takes the bat from the batsman, who is not having it at all. He looks across at the umpire as well, umpire Gaskin, to seek his intervention. But we're ready to go again.
Yes, here comes Ali bowls. Gives it some air. This time.
It's a very tense over here.
Yes. Well, maybe it's just as well that that over has come to an end because Simmons had to wander off. That was all getting a little bit
ridiculous.
Yeah, heated. And I think once or twice you can walk fairly close to him, but you don't want to be in his face all the time.
It's heated between the captain and Amir Ali, and Enel Ryan is there as well, trying to mitigate. It's heated between Simmons and the batsman as well.
Well, maybe this is what we need to make a game of it. Someone's got to fall apart here, and is it going to be Mitchell? Is he going to crumble? Because I like the look of Ali. I think that even if he chooses to bowl a particular line, he hasn't gone. He hasn't travelled anywhere, has he?
As well, that left arm orthodox from round the wicket. That's where they target. They target that middle and leg line. They don't want to give you room outside the off stump and get it to spin across you. So they want you playing against the spin, and that can be the strength. So perhaps give him the additional fielder on the onside.
Top end.
We've also seen, Sheldon, that Amir Ali has been very vociferous in the field in terms of advising the captain where to put fielders. It's all a bit tense out there.
Here comes Topping. He bowls. He gets a little bit of lift, doesn't he? You can see almost off his feet there to try and play that one.
He's not going to pitch anything up, is he? He's just going to keep it more in his half. Wouldn't allow Raymond to get onto that front foot.
There's just something I like about these sorts of surfaces. I don't mind playing on something that is bouncy. You can make your decision very, very early on whether you're going to come forward or go back. And then once you've done that, you can choose your line. Bowlers have got to be very disciplined. Here's Topping again.
Well, that's an exceptional delivery there. He's just pitching on about middle and leg, and the angle going across the left-handed batsman straight through the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper didn't have to move, which means that the line of the delivery was perfect. The length as well for it to travel across the batsman. Beat the outside edge.
And that's okay because once you've picked that length, I mean, all right, it might look as though he's played at it and maybe he could have played inside. But once you pick that length, you should be safe enough to know that's going over the stumps. I can actually leave this. I don't have to play this.
Leave it on line.
Yeah, leave it. Well, I like to leave it on length.
Well,
after that, then you can get in line and play your shots. Let's see where this one goes. Again, he's gone for that. He's felt confident. It's outside the off stump, like you say.
It's that a bit
line,
wider.
yeah, that line is wider. He can play that. He's happy with it. This is a good battle.
Yeah, why I say leave it on the line, because you can drag the bat inside the line if you know it's going across you. But I get your point about the length as well, because if it's pitching there, it's not going to hit the stump. And it's not going to hit your pad in line either.
And that's the decision. Do I play or not? And if he just pitches that up a little bit further, and they make you play.
Yes, that fraction, just about that 7 meter mark from the stump, so 6.5, just to draw you in. And any hint of movement off the seam or in the air. It's a bit of a delay here for the right-hander now on strike. Clearing the front leg, slapping it over Amir and into the boundary for 4. What an excellent shot, Sheldon.
Yes, that's it's actually up to you, isn't it? You can describe the shot. Go on.
It was short. It was wide outside the off stump. It was a hit me ball. Yeah. And he had the room and got up on his toes and smacked it over the man, Amir Ali, at backward point.
Yeah, lovely looking shot. A little bit too short and a little bit too much width. He must have said, I've been waiting for this. This is the delivery I'm waiting for. It's not going to trouble my stumps. There's enough room out there for me to free my arms, and I can give it a good thrashing.
Changing the field as well now.
40 for 3, by the way.
So they've dropped Simmons out to third man. They've brought the third man around to deep cover and asking Amir Ali to go more backward or behind point.
In comes Topping again. That's Fuller. It goes through him. Someone would like to have a wide.
So the power play is over the 6 overs. It went for
yeah.
36 runs in the power play. So you have to see, Sheldon, that the combined All-Stars are battling.
Yeah, they haven't rolled over and they haven't been smashed off the park, have they? There's still a battle. There's still a possibility of a battle here. Trying to give himself some room. Again, not quite where he intended, but they'll take the run. And at the end of that over, Toppin grabs his cloth or his rag. And 41 for 2 after 7.
His 2 overs, just 8 runs in it. And 7 dot balls in his 12 deliveries. Abdul Rahim Toppin. Just a 1 over from Brent Lezama that went for 13 with 2 shots over third man. Went for 4s.
Yeah, he is an option to come back, but I would go with Ali at the moment. I think this is the right man to have here.
Yeah, conversation out in the middle again between NL Ryan and Lezama, and Amir Ali is involved again. But this time, however, they don't have the pressure of the power play on their shoulders, so they can't spread the field. And Amir Ali might just be free to bowl the line that he wants to bowl. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, and a deep cover on the boundary.
Bowls now, left arm round on the pads, but it's going down. Like he has a little bit of a shout, and then it's really a stifled appeal.
Well, Brent Lezama is asking for a review from umpire Ryan John, who's pointing toward our direction, the umpire, for a review.
He must have
charged in from mid-wicket, appealing.
There's Ali again.
And that's the line.
Yep. That troubled him.
But that's the line he wants to bowl. And now that the field is spread, he has the freedom to express himself with the ball, Amir Ali. And NL Ryan is in total agreement with him. He's able to spear that ball into middle and leg. And he hits the leg stump because he doesn't want to give the man any room. Frank Simmons joins in the conversation, telling him that that is where he wanted him to bowl. That's where he has bowled. And he's picked the leg stump. And the batsman has to go. Success again for Amir Ali. It's his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, I was wondering why there was any contention over the way that Ali was bowling. He's got a lovely action. He was troubling them as soon as he came on. He got a wicket early on. He's got a wicket in this over. So for me, what was the problem? You know, and hasn't he bowled a maiden?
The first over was a maiden wicket. Well, in the power play, was it?
Now, this was the thing that they needed to set up a game, because to be honest, you're still looking at the Santa Cruz team as being in the driving seat. They only, they need 86, I think it is now. However, you lose another one, and somebody famous, a hell of a lot more famous than I am when it comes to commentary on cricket, always says you have to add 2 to score to find out where you really are. So
that's the great Jeffrey Boycott.
Right.
When you think you're in a good position, just add 2 wickets. That is tell you exactly where you are.
I think that was a reasonable accent. I'm not sure. I mean, but you could see you could hear who it was. That was my boycott effort. Go on.
Yeah, just a little bit of issue we continue to have with the scoring on the app. It says that he bowled a maiden in his first over, but seeing 2 for 7 now. So.
Yeah,
and
so
it's just the 2nd delivery.
Maybe
so we'll rectify that as soon as possible.
He bowls again. He's dabbed into the offside. There's a little pick-up, and he doesn't try to overdo it with the return, and they come through for a quick single.
Luckily, he didn't toss it over the head of the wicket-keeper, Randall Ramlogan. We've seen that happen at times. Sometimes you get stuck in your hand, you want to hold back the throw, because they've been through for the single, and you toss it over the head of the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, I'm afraid I have also been guilty in the past of an errant throw. an unforgettable one. That's what it is. You know, sometimes it's not always where you want it to go, but there was one in particular that sticks with me. Here's Ali again, left arm round, nice looking shape to that. It's hit down the ground for 1, but I think he'll be perfectly comfortable with that. He's going to keep them as quiet as possible.
Yeah, the man of the match from the first game, Chidian Raymond.
9 runs off the 4 delivery. Sorry.
Sheldon, that type of shot from Raymond, walking into the delivery, clearly identifiable, but it is Chidian Raymond.
Attempted sweep there.
We haven't seen too many of those today.
Wide. I like that little glass. Is it? Because they're not binoculars, are they? You need 2 for a binocular. So what do you call this one?
It's
then?
a rangefinder.
Rangefinder. Okay, very snazzy. Defensive push back up to Ali, and there's no run.
86 required off of 74, and Amir Ali doing a good job here for his team.
Another nice ball. Ooh, he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Amir Ali here. He's smiling now because he can't believe. That looked very, very close. Brian Yearwood, the new man out in the middle, replacing Mitchell.
Another look. Can't tell from there. We can't be height.
Can't be height. We saw one being given where it could have been argued that it was touch and go if it was going to miss leg. The umpire ruled it was going to hit leg. This one looked a little more adjacent than that.
The only thing that I can think of is because of the angle, the left arm round. When that hits him, it's not the height. It hits him in front, and just that left arm angle, is that going to take it past the legs? That's the only thing.
My guide would be the precedent he set earlier on when he gave the first LBW.
Yeah, that's true. That's another good point. You have actually several good points. but the long and the short of it
is
the batsman is still in. Top in now is busy setting his field. He's become a little bit vocal.
2 overs for 8 runs. He's dropped a man out of the backward square. He has a fine leg as well on the boundary.
He's in and bowls now. Short is pulled to that man that you just mentioned.
You knew that was coming. And at times the batsman, they can predict what's coming by the immediate change in the field, unless it's a double bluff. And number 1 delivery in the Indian Test series, they drop a man on boundary backward square, drop the 3rd man, and I can't remember the bowler charged in and bowl a full Yorker. Just a double bluff. And
that's if you're good enough to bowl the full
Yeah, you have to be
Yorker.
that accurate.
That man's come on the deep point boundary now for the left-hander.
Frank Simmons now instigating some field changes with the captain. He's moving the captain up from extra cover, and he himself is going in extra cover, and moved the captain, who seems to be going to backward point.
In comes top in again. He bowls now. It's another short one, just tucked into the onside, worked off the hip.
He rarely pitches too many deliveries up to the batsman. Abdul Rahim Toppin. He likes to work back of a length.
Yeah, the problem with that is if you haven't got the pace and you come up against, a high quality batter, they're inside to work anything that's on the hip, and anything that's outside, you get cut.
Pulls out of that one. And as well, if you have batsmen that can pull off the front foot, and batsmen like Ricky Ponting, who did that very proficiently, and particularly batsmen who play on bouncy tracks from South Africa and Australia, who are accustomed to short pitch bowling. And not just short pitch bowling, the balls that can leap off a length.
Aidan Markram comes to mind.
From South
Very
Africa.
Good. Henry. Quite often see him pulling on that front foot. There's the next delivery from top in. It's pushed to cover, and they take one, and they're going to come back for a second.
Well, that's incredible.
And it hardly went off the square, and they ran two.
But Ryan.
And even top in has to have a little bit of a giggle about that. How can they run two? Well, he bobbled it the first time. He slid and he slipped, and then they came back with a second, and he slipped again. Poor fellow. I feel for fielders when that happens, but
and credit to the batsman as well. Firstly, for putting him, come for the single, and then having the courage to come back for two on the misfield. And it didn't go past 10 yards behind him.
It didn't. I mean, I still think you see the remains of some cut strips there, so it really didn't go far. Top in, running in now and bowls. Short, and it's cut away, high and hard, few bounces, and it goes over the third man boundary. Could free your arms when you know where those fielders are. This is, as you said earlier on, meat and drink. That was the previous delivery.
Yeah, not for the first time as well. He's wide outside the off stump, and room and width, and pouncing on it. It's just a hit me ball, short and wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, when you see those sorts of deliveries, you ask yourself, okay, that's the delivery you bowled. How do you think you were going to get me out with that delivery? What shot did you think I was going to play that would get me out with that? Because I know the shot that I'm going to play when I see that kind of delivery.
Yeah, I think the line changed for him because it's on that same length.
And if you'd had Simmons where Simmons is now, then okay, you've got a man there. You can afford to play that. He's going to cut that there, and you make it difficult. But he wasn't there. There's a huge gap. Top in balls again. Yeah, well, you didn't play that well. Yeah, Wood. You don't want to be leaping up
and then ducking.
And then ducking.
Negate the effect.
Yeah. You know, I am not I wasn't a ducker of short pitch bowling. For me, it was a lean.
Bob and weave.
Yeah, it was a lean or
the Robin
over
Smith
the
approach.
shoulder. Yeah, because you want to, and if you saw, don't take your eyes off it.
Yeah, never take your eyes off of it.
But that one,
it's not exactly how you want to be teaching how to play that type of delivery.
It's not the most attractive. I suppose that was the way that I was taught. You know, lean back or over the back. He's topping again. That one's a little bit fuller, and he gets pushed or punched out into the deep cover area. They come back for a second. There's a huge throw that misses the non-striker's end, but they came through for two. And at the end of over number 9, it is 55 for 3.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Yearwood is on 11. He's faced 8 deliveries. Raymond has been uncharacteristically quiet.
Yeah,
he's 10 off 5.
A bit circumspect. Yeah, wickets tumbling around him. 3 wickets down. The 50 coming up in that over with that wide delivery from Abdul Rahim top in for the second time, and he was again put away for 4 over point. And he's gone for 10 runs in his third over. A couple of short deliveries as well.
I forgot that this was a festival. And festival games in England are usually played in order to generate a result. So you've got a result that comes in over number 19 or over number 20 if it's really good. So it's perfectly possible that the Santa Cruz team understands the idea of a festival, and they're playing the long game. Making a game of it.
Well, there have been a number of delays as well that has just contributed to, I don't want to say lethargic nature of the game going on. There's another bowling change here. And Lazama seemed he was going to bowl, and at the very last moment, the field was set, batsmen were ready, and he changed his mind.
Correction, this is Adrian Burke Sr.
Burke Sr.
So he changed his mind. He's brought back the opening bowler, the spinner, to bowl against Chidi and Raymond. And Burke has bowled a 1 over for 8 runs. Yeah.
Oh, 1 over for 9. No, okay, right. Has a swing at that.
Missed opportunity there. He went for power rather than placement and timing. Raymond, he's been knocked off his rhythm a bit. 10 off of 6 though. So he's still scoring. They're neck and neck in terms of the run rate. And that can change with just a couple deliveries. There's another change in the field here. Just adding to the length of the overs and the length of the proceedings as well. Started at 7:15. It's now 9:30, just about 9:30.
Nicely played.
Stop.
And a good, as you say, a good stop. Square leg.
Rondell, the man doing the fielding there. And if you look at the first 10 overs of this reply from Santa Cruz Sports, and Yearwood went for 5, Devon Sween for 16, Raymond is out there on 11, Mitchell went for 5, the last wicket to fall, 56 for 3, and just 2 deliveries in this 10th over before the drinks break. And more changes to the field.
Yeah, they've played this completely differently because the circumstances allow them to knock it about and take their time. Okay, a few wickets have gone down, but there's no panic here. Come on. The temptation when you see it that short is to prepare to launch, but then you've also got to pick up the line and say, no, that's too wide. And that one has gone down to the boundary for 4.
It will be 4 more.
Yeah, that was the first cut shot for the one wide outside the off stump for Abdul Rahim Toppin. This one here.
Over the top,
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Difficult to stop that because basically you'd have to have a man so straight. Anyway, here's the next delivery. And deliberately played on the outside edge, thick outside edge. He's got no arm. That's why you're going to keep him in. I can't believe that was a genuine throwback.
Well, he threw it with his left arm.
I
think he's just trying to break up the monotony because he bowls right-handed. He's been known to open the bowling, and he's done so right-handed. Perhaps he wants to come on and bowl some left-arm orthodox. Sending the hint to the captain. He's been very vocal out there, Simmons. It's a risky single here.
Now they're going to be able to take a second.
And perhaps, Sheldon, the risk was only brought about by the hesitancy in the running from Raymond. It was hit straight to the fielder, but it went right through the legs of Rondell Ramlogan.
And then they were able to turn 1 that they shouldn't have had into 2. Last ball of the over. Raymond to face, right arm round, and he's bowled him. Leg stump. Big hoik at that one, right on the point of the drinks break.
And that's a big wicket. Chidion Raymond stepped across and a perfect Yorker length delivery. Angling into the left-hander, went under his bat. And a bit of a nice loopy in-drifting delivery. And he was very disappointed in himself, Raymond, to be dismissed on the final delivery before the drinks break. And just as when they were just almost neck and neck in terms of the required run rate and their current run rate hovering both around 6.5. They lose their fourth wicket with the total on 64.
Yes, just in time for the Blue Waters drinks break. We'll be back after this.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
64 for 4. David.
64 as well on the final 6 delivery.
Did they say David Guerra? That's what they did. The stadium announcer. Did he get a little bit on that to run it down to the fine third man?
Lizama again getting that type of bounce. And again he's exasperated that it didn't go to hand. He's in conversation again. Couple of them, including Abdul Rahim Toppin, in conversation with the batsman, Brian Yearwood. I don't know if they expected that that should have gone to hand or what the issue is.
How? I mean,
But what it amounts to is a delay in the over.
Look, Lizama's got to threaten the stumps. That is the most difficult thing as a batsman. You don't want your stumps threatened all the time because that's the first thing you're looking to defend. It's a good run around to the left there to pick that up. Davis Guerra, because it was on the drinks break when we lost Chady and Raymond, wasn't it?
Yeah, the final delivery.
So Guerra
before the drinks break
has come in. There's Lizama again. Nice big swing there out to the point boundary, but they're only able to take one. Gonna have to start scoring again, just to make sure.
I do believe that single was to Yearwood.
Yeah, 66 for 4. There's just something I like about Lizama. He's a busy little fella, isn't he? You know, and he's not short of a bit of pace. I mean, your top order batsman at this level shouldn't really be troubled by him, say the top order, but he's useful.
He bustles into the crease.
Yeah, I was going to use that word. I wish I had now. Oh, the Chinese cut comes into operation.
Well, you can. You still can.
No, it's too late now. You used it. I wouldn't be overusing it. You know.
We don't want to become redundant.
Yeah.
It does get that ball to lift off a length. Reminds me a little bit of, I tend to make these comparisons. You have to forgive me.
That's okay. That's
But
okay.
a
It
bit
reminds
a
me
bit
of,
like
yeah.
It's like Ezra Mosley back in the day. Gets that bustling up to the crease and gets that little bit of extra bounce that you don't anticipate from a shorter fast bowler.
Yeah. But he's considerably shorter.
Yes.
Nice strike down the ground, and that's going to beat the man in the deep and go away for 4. Just gave it a little bit too close up to the, put it a little bit too close up to the batsman. And was carved away.
Yeah, that's a good shot, lifted over the infield. Yeah. And on the rare occasion, he pitches it up, opening the bat face through the gap, and it raced across the outfield.
72 for 4 now. 11 overs have gone. We're almost up to that run a ball rate.
Yep.
And once you get there, you know, as they say in local parlance, party done.
Well, when Chade and Raymond was out, they had just gotten neck and neck with the required run rate and the current run rate, just around 6.5. And then his wicket fell. So now they are just ahead of the rate.
Has Ali bowled out then? Surely he can't have bowled out.
No, he's been withdrawn from the attack. 2 overs.
For me,
two wickets.
What you saving him for?
Yeah. And the score app has it 4 runs he's conceded, but we knew he was 7 runs into his second over.
But really, I mean, that is a question.
He needs to bowl out.
Why are you saving Ali? You know, now is the time that if you have anything that you can use to squeeze, you need to have him out there. And it could be that he will take a wicket, or it could be you take another wicket. That's 6 down. Now you're into the lower order batsmen. You can give your other bowlers a chance. Ali, for me, shouldn't have come off here.
Yeah, he gets another couple wickets or so, and then he puts additional pressure and can make it easier for the bowlers at the back end of the innings if you pluck a few more wickets. And we saw that they didn't make that type of decision with Guerra when he was bowling, because they bowled him 4 on the trot.
Yeah. Oh, gave that plenty. He missed out there. And the other thing that I think we saw was the way that Chadian Raymond bowled. He knew, I'm going to come on, this is me, 4 in a row, I'm going to line them up. And he did his job, kept them quiet. Right arm round the wicket. Under cut that, if you like. Bottom edged it. And he came through for 1 run.
Yeah, the plan that they had, winning the toss and upping to bowl, Sheldon, that Guerrero's going to bowl 4 at the top. If he was bowling well, they let him go. And then Raymond would bowl the back end and finish off from the north end, 4 overs on the trot. So they had 8 overs worked out already, going and stuck to that plan.
I thought that he'd got a bottom edge to that.
Yeah, I thought he did as well.
The umpire signalled a bye. Okay, whatever. 73 for 4.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. I did think it came off the bottom edge of the bat.
Slight change in the field. A big swing from here, but it doesn't go anywhere.
He's trying to play the big shot. There's a man out a deep extra cover and a deep cover and a long off. He's trying to go over extra cover. Brent Lezama is there, who's not the tallest of players, as you've mentioned, trying to go over him. And Brent Lezama is just indicating, do you want me right back on the 30-yard circle?
That's hit 2. A long off. Comes in off the boundary and underarms that. Who does that? The Australians like to do that, don't they? Instead of throwing in, they sort of underarm it in. Anyway, they come through for 1 run, 74 for 4. Guerrero's on 2. He's faced 6 deliveries. Yeah, with 23 or 15. He's the energy at the moment, and you need to 55 runs off 49 deliveries. A couple of big hits to really close things down. Last ball of the over. Yep, that was a good one. Put it out wide and it just stayed in the lines there. End of 12, 74 for 4.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB. It's banking for you.
One thing I'd certainly like to do is thank all of our sponsors for partnering with Cricket 360 to bring you this live broadcast of the North Zone T20 Festival. The DJ has seemed to found back his power. The speakers are blasting, and the combined All-Stars trying to defend.
He's played all his Lara songs, hasn't he?
Yeah, Lara's gone now. Lara has left the building. Toppin comes back.
Yes, another back of a length, as you say, as the batsman just taking a step back to play that defensively.
It's very much the modus operandi of young Abdul Rahim Toppin. Most of his deliveries is going to be back of a length, and then he does tend to stray a bit wide outside the off stump. Was put away for 2 boundaries. But now that man is back on the boundary at backward point, so if he does stray wide with that short of a leg, there's protection there.
It pulled into the onside. It really runs quickly. Nice stop. And I think that is Lezama who manages to chase that down. Sliding dive to stop it. He's energetic, isn't he, Lezama? There's plenty of stuff going on in him.
Yeah, he's very enigmatic. Seems to wear his emotion on his sleeve as well. Captain. He also seems to change the feel every 2 or 3 deliveries.
76 for 4 now.
He's going to do another field change here. And they always seem to wait until the bowler's at the top of his mark and the batsman is ready to institute a field change. Christian Lal is on the field, emergency fielder.
Top in, gives it a little bit of bounce.
And the delivery before this, and did mention the man was on the boundary at backward point. And he bowled that short of a length delivery or a shorter delivery and was pulled through the onside where there's no protection on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So now he's adjusted it a bit fractionally wide outside the off stump and left alone. So we'll see what comes up next. He's brought up the man from long off. Seems to be Christian Lal who's on the field. He's come up to mid-off, so he's definitely not going to pitch it up. And that's exactly what he does.
2 men out in the deep to take that up. That was easily dealt with.
And Sheldon, if I were a captain, I'd be furious because you're bowling back of a length. I give you the feel for that type of bowling. And the one thing I don't want you to do is pitch up that ball outside the off stump. I brought the mid-off up. There's a cover, an extra cover. Nobody's sweeping on the boundary. And you pitch a half volley up outside the off stump.
Yeah, you could have easily gone to the boundary there.
More field changes with the left hand, right hand.
And this is what you pointed out that we saw in the previous game, that the field settings were so precise. And the bowlers were able to bowl to those fields. That was the key. Put the men in place is one thing, but then the bowler has got to do the job and roll the way he should. There's a lot of chat going on between.
Yeah, Yearwood and Toppin. And as well, if you look at that last delivery, there's a mid-wicket and a square leg, a mid-on and a fine leg on the onside. And he pitched that ball onto the pads at a full length. And the batsman is rehearsing the shot through the onside. That could have been put away for 4 as well.
Yeah, well, we knew that was going to be short, but it's ineffective. You know, the short ball really has to trouble the batsman. Well, we've seen gloves changed, helmets changed for caps, and now we're seeing a shoe change. Could have left that one.
Might have been called a wide.
Yeah.
It was very high indeed. Trying to play an uppercut.
If he'd, flayed the bat at it a little bit and not made contact, then maybe that would have been called wide. But
yeah, we've seen a couple outside edges that went for 4 and proper shots that didn't. But it's been very noticeable that Lezama's captaincy, there's been a lot of input from a few quarters, and El Ryan as well, and Amir Ali is having his say. But what it has resulted in is a lot of field changes. And we understand it's a right-hand, left-hand combination. The field has to change over. But the players aren't going to the same spots. They're being moved every so often from a particular position to another. And that is fine if the bowler is going to bowl to that new fielding position. But we haven't seen too much of that happening either.
I'm going to stick my neck out here because 13 overs have gone. And if you don't bring back Ali now, you're going to waste him.
Yeah, so John is in conversation there with Lezama, and the question would be with regard to time. And of course, the batsman now is responsible for the delaying with his boot change. And Lezama is not happy. But the delays would not have been stemming from this particular break in play, but from what would have proceeded in terms of the switching over and the changing of the fields, as well as we saw bowlers coming on to bowl, and at the last moment, the ball was taken away. Yeah,
changing fields and stuff. Yeah, or changing
who was the bowler himself.
Yeah. I think once you see that a batsman has to change his footwear for whatever reason, that's it. If they came out and they had, let's say they had rubber on, and it wasn't working and they had to change spike. Well, that doesn't happen that often, so you have to allow that.
Yeah, it's a rarity.
Yeah, and it's not a long time. Let's get on with it.
And now the batsman is ready, and there's a field change taking place.
Well, you could have made that before, couldn't you?
Yeah, this is my point about it.
Yeah. It's a bit of a risk for me.
And one of the things that you can look at in the tournament as well, we do see it in the international arena, that the penalty in the final over for slow over rate, you only allowed 4 outside the ring.
Yeah.
There's another field change going to
that
happen
in.
here now. He's in discussion with the umpire, Lazam, the umpire. And what is taking place here right now?
Not sure what the issue
Well, there
is
are
here.
3 fielders out in the deep. I'm not quite sure. Are their fielders short? I was counting, and I think their fielders short. There are 10 men on the park after the drinks break. Is it?
Yeah, they're taking someone off.
Well, Lal is coming off the field now, and Frank Simmons is going to come back on.
They're 11.
Well, the man standing behind the batsman, I just missed him.
Yeah.
We should be in his fielding position, not talking to the batsman. Amir Ali, he now retreats. And the batsman is going to be ready. The bowler is going to be ready. Simmons is not in place. Neither is Amir Ali. And Amir Ali is now talking to the bowler. The batsman is ready, and he's not in his fielding position. There's going to be a more delay here.
Slightly ill-disciplined, this one.
And there's another change to the field. Simmons comes closer to the bat at extra cover.
And eventually we have a delivery that's punched off the back foot, but straight to the man at extra cover, and there's no run. The score stays on 78 for 4-3 to Guerra. He's faced 10 deliveries, and Yearwood is on 26, having faced 19.
Just one delivery in the over.
That was the second.
Second?
Yeah. They just put that on. Here's the third. Going off to the boundary. And he just accompanied that. He never looked as though he was going to run it down.
Guerra gets a boundary. And this might just be a 10-minute over. Nice shot there. Cut it between backward point and short third man. Was drifting in as well. But placed well in the gap.
Stayed on top of it, didn't he? Nice looking shot.
Ryan, it was giving chase.
Just feel as though they've left Ali a little bit too long. 47 runs left to try and protect. It's not a great deal. Another nice looking shot. That's gone past him. Well, at least he's managed to slow it up. They're going to come back for a third. Santa Cruz supporters in the crowd getting into it now. They can sense victory. It's in the air.
Yeah, they're quite content with the boundary, and then 3 on the misfield. Just waking up the crowd a bit. They realize they're in a battle here. This could very well, as you suggested, go right down to the 19th over. Or the 20th, in fact. And there's going to be another change in the field here. Right-hander comes on strike here. We're on 26. So Ryan is going to make his way eventually to what seems to be a backward square position on the boundary. Amir has dropped to deep mid-wicket. Simmons comes in closer to the bat on the onside.
Over the wicket, hit out into the deep, and it's not going to be cut off, I'm afraid. That goes for 4.
And that's a good looking shot from Yearwood there. Tweaking the field on the onside, but the ball was outside the off stump and room to swing his arms, and it was pitched up as well and hammered through the offside. It raced across the outfield through the covers for 4. So they're accelerating now, definitely. The run rate, I would suggest, is now pushing over 7. It's a good shot there, given width.
Yeah, just got past that man at, well, deep extra cover, is it? Here's the cover boundary, so just tapped into the cover area. He's got to run to his right, Lizama, to pick that up. So there was a run there and they took a single. So end of the over, 90 for 4 after 14.
Yes, a good over there for Santa Cruz Sports.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Yeah, it's 90 for 4 after 14. Guerrero's been kept reasonably quiet. 10 off 13. Yearwood has managed to find the boundary on a few occasions. He is up to 31 off 21. And I guess those of you who are listening at home who've been keeping abreast of my thoughts on this is that kind of plus when you're 31 off 21 is the way you want to go. Of course, if you can get it higher, it's even better, but I'm okay with that, 31 off 21. And if you've got someone that's motoring along and keeping it ticking over, you can afford to have someone who's scoring but just behind the rate. There's Lizama up to the bat, pushed into the offside, and they take 1.
Yeah, so a couple boundaries in the last so far, and they ran another 3 on a misfield. So the current run rate, it's been neck and neck for a few overs, the last 5 or 6 overs, at around 6.5 required, 6.5 current. And what it means is we're going to go close down to that 19th over. One suspects. There's another delay here. This time the boot that was changed, the laces have come undone. I'm here, Ali, just smiling as he was tying his laces. Would you trust the opposition to tie your laces and he's smiling when he comes up? I could tell you as well, we've crossed the 3-hour mark in this match. And we're still in the 15th over. Another 5 overs to come. It's at least another half an hour if this game goes to the final over. Could you be pushing on 4 overs to complete this game?
Lizama starts his run up and bowls. Now it's played to the man at where is he? Short mid off. Slightly unusual fielding position, or
yeah, I think, Sheldon, that Simmons is not going to want to go too far in the outfield. He wants to stay close to the bat because he wants to maintain his conversation between the batsmen in the middle.
Swings at that one and misses out. He's angry with himself. Plays the shot that he would have liked to have played, just as so many of them have.
Yeah, on this occasion, Lizama just pushing the ball a bit closer to the batsman, getting past the outside edge, as opposed to the shorter balls that that's been his stock delivery for much of his first 3 overs.
He's not bad, is he?
No, he's not at all.
You know, he's an okay little. But who does he play for normally? Do you know? We'll come back to that. As he runs in here and bowls, tries to work that down the leg side, but the umpire eventually decides to join in and says, sorry, that's wide ball.
Well, I know that he played for the Harvard club at one point in time. I'm not quite sure if he played for them this season. But he is a product of the Harvard club.
Lizama bowls again. It's short. And he cuts that away. It was aerial for a while. I think Ali was interested. And then it went in between the 2 fielders. It went backward point area. And the man on the deep point boundary was too far around, and third man was too far.
He's advancing down the track.
Ali had a good dive at it, but it was above him. Couldn't bring it in. 96 for 4.
Paragon is the other club that he was listed as playing for a couple of years ago. So as I said, these players, they don't transition from club to club each season.
Coming round the wicket now. Short. Hit out to deep backward point. They come through for two runs. 98 for 4.
It gets the crowd going as well as they near that 100 mark, that psychological mark of 100 runs. 31 in 31.
Guerra's on 16 of 17 deliveries, and here with 32 of 22. So it's Guerra just picking up the pace a little bit as Lizama runs in to bowl now. Right arm round, it's short, it's tucked into the onside, and they take another single, and that's the end of the over. 99 for 4 after 15.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot more of these rotation of strike, even though they hit the ball toward the fielder, and doesn't seem the fielders in the inner ring want to chase too many down to stop quick singles, and they're just conceding the single just as long as they don't get boundaries. But these singles will add up if they get a couple twos in the over or 1-2 in the over to add to those singles. And we've seen it push the required rate down now to 6 runs and over.
Well, I've been asking for Ali to be brought back. I think it's probably 2 or 3 overs too late. I mean, the impact that he would make if he were to take 2 wickets, that would go from 99 for 4 to 99 for 6, but that's assuming that he takes 2 wickets without any runs being scored. The wickets are going to cost you runs, 3, 4, 5 a wicket. That's okay if you could take a wicket, for 5 runs, but that takes 10 out of the equation. Only need 20 to win.
And as you said, just a couple lusty blows and the equation gets quickly reduced. And to think about 15 runs in and over is not a far stretch either.
No, not at all. Not at all.
And if you think about that, we might just be 2 overs away.
And the danger here is that they'll say, all right, we've got to look to see who the other bowlers are, but the danger here is that they've shot their bolts and they don't have another person at the other end who can bring the kind of pressure that Ali is going to bring. Who have they got left to bowl?
Well, the bowlers they've used so far, Buke Jr. has 2 left, Lizama has 1 more, Toppin has bowled out, and Amir Ali has 2 left. So 2 from Buke Jr.,
So
2 from Ali,
Ali
and 1
won.
from Lizama.
I'd say Ali won, bring Lizama back, you're the captain, you take it on your neck or your head. So Ali, Lizama, Ali, that's 3. How many overs have we got left? 5.
So I would actually, Buke has 2 and Ali has 2. I would actually leave Lizama to bowl the final over.
I don't think it's going to go to
because
a final
then you're going to
over.
be bowling.
That's the problem.
Well, you want to trust the youngster to bowl a final. Now, he's also bowled 2 overs for 7 runs and has a wicket. And he has not come back since the opening 2 overs.
In that case, it should be Ali and the youngster, and like you say, Lizama to wrap it up at the end.
Yeah, I would use the experience just to finish it off
right.
with the final
Absolutely
over.
right. Yeah.
So we had another delay, but this time it was for the ball. Amir Ali wasn't happy with the ball condition. And the umpire agreed with him and decided to have a ball change. So are they going to have just a little bit harder ball now? And that might just be favor to the batsmen who get a harder ball to hit. Ball will travel faster. And there's, just as we set to resume, a field change took place. Man is out of deep cover now.
Here's Ali, left arm round. A defensive push into the offside brings them 1 run. And that's 100 now, isn't it?
Should be, yeah.
For 4.
And there's going to be... Simmons is going to come across to the offside for the right-hander. Ryan can't seem to settle if he's going to be backward of square or if he's going to go to mid-wicket.
No, he's not going to go. He's going to go back now, Simmons.
And there again, Simmons goes back on the onside. So we're going to have a 5-4 field for Ali.
Balls now. Wraps him on the pad and he's out.
And this goes to your point again. He is your main strike bowler from all evidence on display here. And picks up another wicket now. So had he been brought back earlier, could have made a bigger impact and put more pressure. Yeah, that's definitely out there. Showing the bat, thought the batsman was just showing the bat a bit for a second, thinking that he perhaps came off the inside edge onto pad. Toppin is trying to convince him that you missed it. It didn't touch anything beside the pad. He's just pointing him to the direction of the dugout. But he's not leading him to the dugout, he's leading him to the stands.
Whatever he's saying, it's not helping.
When he's not hearing it either. He can't be consoled. He's going to have to go here with a round of applause greets him as he returns to the pavilion.
32 off 22.
The DJ right on cue.
Nobody wants to sit here and say, I told you so. And it could be that if they'd brought him back a couple of overs earlier, he would have travelled. But because he was in the groove, I felt that he could continue in that vein. All right, they've taken a bit of a break. Some runs have been scored, and now he's back on, and he's taken another wicket. I think there's another wicket in him. He's taken one. I think there's another wicket in him. That would make it 100 for 6. But it's just how many runs are going to be leaked either through him, a couple of big hits, or from the other end. If there was a third wicket, now that would really make it interesting. No, that's down there. He knows it. He knows it. Good shout, but it was a stifled shout. When I say third, I mean in this spell. A third wicket in this spell.
Yeah, I would agree with you. You know, you said the Jeffrey boycott theory. You add 2 wickets to
have another
total.
2.
Yeah.
I mean, they're clueless, aren't they, really? He's got them in all sorts of trouble. Lovely action. Really, really nice action. You said that he'd played some good standard cricket previously and he's back. Where did he go?
He had an injury that kept him out of the game for about a year. But he's made a comeback.
He's got the kind of look that if you told me he'd been away to medical school, I'd have believed you. He'd been off doing a postdoctorate or something.
Well, he's bowling with surgical precision.
He bowls again now. It's played defensively. There's a man in short there, it's Simmons, who throws himself and stops that one. There's no run. 101 for 5. This has all of a sudden become an interesting contest. Floats one up there. It's hit out towards. There's a man in the deep there. He picks up and they only take 1.
We can't quite seem to synchronize what his actual bowling figures are with what we have up on the screen. It's the end of his over, and we make it that he is 3 for 6 off of 3 overs, and the scorecard has him bowling 1 maiden as well. I can't seem to recall that maiden, however. New batsman out in the middle is Alvin Smith.
Yes, he has faced 3 deliveries. Is it Smith that you want on strike now? It's Smith that you want on strike to Ali. That would be a really good matchup.
Yeah, and he's bowling those darts, angling it into middle and leg. And we saw him in conversation with his captain when he started bowling. The first over, that power play. The captain didn't want him bowling there because he had a deep cover and a long off. He wanted him bowling outside the off stump. And he picked up a wicket in his first over. And when the field was spread in his second over, picked up another wicket because he was able to bowl what he wanted to bowl. And hit the leg stump.
Number 7 on his back. 19.
Bowling change, yeah.
Off 20. Who have we got now?
Anil Ryan.
Have we seen Ryan bowl previously?
Yeah, he's been a fixture in the North Zone.
No, I mean today.
Oh no, he's going to come in for his first over. So our theory was out the window.
Yeah, that's gone.
Buke Junior, he's not going to bowl. He's bowled 2 overs. Ryan comes in.
A tidy little action, a bit of little medium pace.
The scorecard shows that Adrian Buke Jr. has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 7. Lizama has 1 over left, and surely Amir Ali will bowl out his over.
Getting a lot tighter than I thought. Nice looking shot. There's a man running in off the boundary to field, and he just bobbled it, and that resulted in them coming back for a second. Just that simple bobble in the outfield.
Well, you did say in jest that perhaps they were looking to take it to the 19th over.
They're doing that.
But that's exactly where we're going to end up. Later down, the calculation proved with the run rate required and the current run rate are hovering around 6.5 that we were going to go to the final over.
It's a festival, isn't it? Festival cricket.
24 required of 22. And the veteran, Anil Ryan, has the ball in hand.
He bowls now, right arm round. That's down the leg side, and it's going to be called wide. And they're going to come back for a second. This is giveaway time here.
That's Barry Hassan Ali, the wicket keeper, taking off behind that one, the keeper himself.
There's just so little to play with. That's the problem. This is out there
by Hassan Ali, this time behind the stumps. He didn't get an opportunity to mention the wicket keeper so far in the innings. He's got 5 byes, but we did indicate that we thought one was an bottom edge.
A bottom edge. I genuinely thought that, and that's past the man in the deep.
Yeah, Guerra here just putting one away. He'll go to 25. He's looking to finish it off before the final over.
Nice looking shot. Well, there's a good little crowd in from Santa Cruz. Their fans are making a lot of noise in here. Happy days for them as they close in on a second win here. It took them a little bit longer than I thought it would. Here's Ryan to bowl. It's another nice looking shot, and that goes past the 3 men who had a chance of stopping it. Simmons was first.
But what you tend to see with the slower medium pace bowlers, that you'll see the man set a deep extra cover or not deep cover. Because there's no pace on the ball is not going to go as fine. And as evidence there, 2 balls hit through the extra cover region, and Amir Ali is going to drop back to the boundary now. And perhaps the horse has bolted because 2 fours in the over has put them in the ascendancy. The required run rate now drops to 4.11.
I'd have kept Ali up and put. Anyways, it's too late now. That's nicely guided, but he's going to stop this one. They're going to come back for a second. It's a good pickup, but there was always a second there. I was going to say I'd have kept Ali up because he's going to bowl next rather than send him out and then bring him back in, and I'd have put Lazama out. He's fast around the boundaries. Not faster than Ali, but you know. 117 for 5 after 17, and we are going to see Ali again. Can he come up with some magic? He'd need to pick up 2 wickets in this over because each wicket is a dot ball, and then go for 2 or 3. That would be pressure. What would we be looking at then? What do they need? 11. Well, you haven't got anything to play with. 11 off 18 balls.
And this is why you want to bowl your better bowlers leading up and save that 1 over for your best bowler, either the 19th or 20th over. Because if you do leak boundaries and a couple of them in that over from Ryan, then it almost becomes a moot point saving your best bowlers for the last few overs when the horse has bolted.
It's gone already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just come back to that point. I think we're both in agreement. Ali was left too late. He's the class act, and he could have been so instrumental in squeezing. When the squeeze was on, there was a time when the squeeze was on, he should have been there to close it down. Balls now, left arm round. Big swing.
He's bowled him.
I didn't even see that. And he is bowled.
Yeah,
and
middle stump.
There's a hush.
Middle stump.
First ball, I mean, you know.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were calling for. And have a look at this delivery here from Amir Ali. Picks up his 4th wicket. Right through the gate of Smith.
I said I thought there were 2 more in him. And for this 2 over spell that he could take 3. He's taken 2 already. 3 was a big ask. You know, to ask for another wicket now, but your team absolutely needs it. And now you're down in to the lower order batsmen. This is where you should be able to pick them off. You are better. You are a much better bowler, usually bowling against much higher quality batsmen than you're going to be bowling to here. Another wicket and then the party can really start. 11 still required, but now instead of 18 it's 17. So every delivery that Ali can keep that. He's also, if he doesn't take wickets, then he's got to stop them from scoring. That could also work. Yes. Yeah, 2 in the first spell, 2 in this, 1 more needed to make it. He's on a 5-fer, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he is. So is it game on here, Sheldon? Might still be game on, you know.
It'd be unbelievable if
this is the game of cricket. Stranger things have happened.
If they win this, Combine All-Stars, if they win this, it just shouldn't have happened. I mean,
There's 5 balls left, and there's 6 wickets down. Left-hander out in the middle now. Shaquille John partnering Guerra, who is 31 not out off of 26.
There comes Ali again. Little stutter and then he bowls.
He's bowled him.
Round his legs?
He's bowled him. Leg stump.
You are kidding. That is incredible.
Things have happened. Is it game on?
That is amazing. He's on a hat-trick now. Far less the 5-fer is there. He's got 5 already.
He's got 5. And I was wondering if this was going to turn out to be a wide because it was down the leg side and you expect it to pitch and turn, but it kept on going with the angle. Even the batsman was bemused. Lost his leg stump. Yeah, it never turned away. It kept on with the angle.
Yeah.
And Amir Ali, such a quality bowler, such a quality all-rounder. And John goes for no score.
Yes, a golden duck. Golden duck. Have you had any of those in your career?
No.
You're kidding. Golden duck?
I either opened the batting or batted at 11.
Well, I did open the batting.
At 11 it didn't matter.
And I had one golden duck. I can't remember how many ducks I've had. I had plenty. But I had one golden duck. In fact, it was a platinum duck because it was the first ball of the match.
That is quality.
Yeah, that is memorable.
So he's come on to bowl his final over, Amir Ali. And in total defiance of Mr. Sheldon Rooks, he's picking up 2 wickets. You called for 2 wickets and he's gotten them. He's answered your call.
Yep.
And he still has 4 balls left. 11 runs required by Santa Cruz Sports.
It's the action. It's the control. It's the fear factor. I'll tell you what. You talk about people reminding you of different bowlers, and do you know who he reminds me of? Daniel Vettori.
Because of that variation, I was going to mention it when he started bowling, but I've made too many comparisons to international players.
That would have been okay. He doesn't look anything like him, but
he has the glasses.
Yes, he reminds me of.
But the
Vettori
variation
there.
in speeds with his deliveries.
Here is again. Oh, they were shouting for something.
They're almost between bat and pad.
And that was and do you remember that was the matchup that we were calling for? We were calling for Ali to be bowling to the lower order batsman. Right, he's got who's he going to bowl to now?
Well, it's Kieran Raymond out there, the new batsman.
Has he faced the ball yet?
Guerra. Guerra on strike now.
Guerra, yeah. Okay.
31 to him.
So loud appeal here. Call for that as well. No, and you cannot possibly have anything as a.
No, it had to be bat on that. The stumps were broken at the keeper's end when the throw came in.
Yeah.
Look at this one here.
Oh, he did get bat on it. Ooh.
Bat onto pad.
Yeah.
But he certainly troubled all of the batsmen here from Santa Cruz.
3 deliveries left for Ali. 9 runs to get. Squirts out and a good dive, and they take 1.
That's good work from top in there to restrict them. He pulled a slide out to restrict them from coming back for 2. Initially I thought it would have been 2, but good work from the youngster. And the fans are just getting more and more agitated and excited at the same time.
1 delivery left. This didn't have anything like this kind of sign that this was going to happen.
He's pitching outside leg stump. Faster delivery. The end of his spell.
But it's a dot. And it's been a terrific spell. It really has been enjoyable. After 1,820 for the loss of 7.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Wow. Well, you know that old saying, it ain't over until, I'm not going to say it because it's no longer politically correct. But if you can't hear any singing, someone is warming up. We're going to hear some singing shortly. But it ain't over.
So Lazama has the ball in his hand. So the 1 over from Enel Ryan. It went for 15 runs. And one of the things we see so often, and it really grinds my gears, that you see your best bowlers in an innings not completing their full allotment of overs.
Yeah.
And we've had Adrian Burke Jr. 2 overs, 1 for 7. And he's not going to complete his allotment of 4 overs. Lezama is none for 30 in his 3.
I mean, depending how old Burke is, I can see why you might want to protect him and not give him an over at the back end when he may get, he could get smacked around. If someone's going to get smacked around, let it be one of the senior bowlers, and you take that loss on yourself. Not least of all because he's the captain. So I can understand it in that respect. But they should have bowled him earlier.
Well, that was my point, and we discussed it as well. You want to bring him back for his 2 earlier on, and then Lezama would bowl the final over.
And then leave him for,
Yeah. But they gave it to NL Ryan, and Lezama could have been pushed back to bowl the last 2 overs from this end. It's not to be. It's all a moot point now.
Yeah. That'll do. There's 4. Nice square cut past the, well, there's nobody out there, is there, at backward point.
And the point as well, if Brent Lezama bowls out here his 4th overs and the game does go to the final over, who's going to bowl the final over?
And who would it be?
You're going to have to give it to the youngster anyway.
Anyway. It's not going to get that far, I don't think.
Or is he going to give it to NL Ryan?
It's not going to get that far. They only need 4.
Unless, of course, he picked up an injury that we were not aware of.
That's the other thing. It's a possibility. Here comes Lezama. Could end here.
And it will.
And it does. Well, what promised for a while to be a nerve-biting, a nerve-wracking end died a little bit because Lezama went for 4 and then he went for 4 buys, I suppose that's going to be. And Santa Cruz made a game of it, didn't they? Because they hung around for a while, but in the end, they came out on top. And they were quite right when we said at the beginning that if you bat last, you're going to win. I'm going to leave you with Billy Furlong to wrap things up. It's been a most enjoyable time. Here's Billy.
Yeah, we've had a wonderful day of cricket, albeit low scores. Got up opportunities to see the Harvard club with a victory earlier on, and we got an opportunity as well to see Brian Lara just relive some of his glory days with some fine square cuts and finish the game. He started off his innings with a boundary, finished it off with a 4 to give victory to the Harvard club. Andrew Yard was man of the match in that encounter in the earlier game against Ebony Sports Club. In this encounter between Santa Cruz and Santa Cruz Sports and the combined All-Star team, the toss was won by Santa Cruz and they opted to bowl first, and they put pressure on early on in the innings with NL Ryan opening the batting for the combined All-Stars with Frank Simmons. And Ryan was first to go with the score on 28. And this was some highlights here from Ryan and Frank Simmons at the start of the innings. Some lusty blows. 1 boundary Ryan hit, and Frank Simmons in his knock of 64 hit 8 4s and 1 6 down to the final portion of the innings. And eventually Frank Simmons retired himself out coming into the final over of the game. Rondell Ram Logan was out for 1. And Brent Lezama was scored by Ryan Yearwood of the bowling of Brian Yearwood for 8. Abdul Rahim Toppin joined Simmons at the crease, and Simmons continued on with his boundary hitting. Another one of his 8 boundaries. And this one from Abdul Rahim, the 1-6 he hit in his innings of 22 off of 25. This one off the outside edge of the final over he faced from Chidian Raymond. And Chidian Raymond had none for 20 in his 4 overs. And this was one of the 6s that Amir Ali came out to bat to face 5 deliveries in the last over. and hit 2 sixes down the ground in his knock of 14. And posted a total of 127 for 4, the combined All-Stars. And Santa Cruz, their turn, Devon Sween, 16 at the top of the order. Ryan Yearwood, just 5 before he dragged on off of the bowling of Adrian Burke Jr. Just 2 overs for Jr., 1 for 7, that wicket of Yearwood. Chidan Raymond came in, struck 1 boundary, and batted for quite a while for his 13. In terms of time, seems he batted longer than 16 deliveries that he faced. And a couple of shots for white deliveries outside the off stump from Abdul Rahim Toppin, none for 22 he had. And this was a boundary down the ground from Kashmir Mitchell before he was dismissed for 5. Brian Yearwood continued to bat on. He hit 4 fours in his knock of 32, and Davis Guerra here 32 with 4 boundaries off of 29 deliveries. And with the dismissal of Yearwood with a score on 100, Guerra continued on, partnering with Alvin Smith, who then went for no score. Amir Ali came back into the attack and picked up wickets. He was on a hat-trick at one point, back-to-back wickets for him. Alvin Smith went out bowled. Yearwood went LBW to Amir Ali. And Kieran Raymond was 10 not out at the end and struck 2 boundaries off of the 4 balls he faced to chase down that total set by the combined All-Star. Santa Cruz getting there, chasing, getting 128 for 7 in 18.2 overs, and victory to them. The captain Brent Lizama, none for 38 off of 3.2 overs, and that was the winning runs for the Santa Cruz Sports. So that is it from here in the Diego Martin Sports Complex in the North Zone T20 Festival. Game 5 done and dusted, and victory for the Santa Cruz Sports. Join us tomorrow where there will be more games in the T20 Festival, and games should start at 2 p.m. Join us then. Presentation being made by Mr. Gregory Wales.
I don't normally stick around for the man of the match award, but tonight is a little bit different.
Do tell.
You've got to stay around.
Thoroughly deserved.
When
and well worth your presence.
When on the losing side, you get the man
match.
of the match, and I think that's absolutely right. He bowled. He was the reason that they were in the game at the end.
Yeah, he was on a hat-trick, 5 for 9. He took 1 maiden. He bowled 16 dot deliveries and 1 wide.
What a terrific effort. Actually, not just from Ali, that was a great result, but the team. You know, you see some teams when their heads drop and they've lost it, but they were still in there. They were still in there. That was a terrific effort.
He basically extended the game as well.
Yeah, we could
pressure
have
that he put on them.
We could have been home ages ago, but it really was a terrific effort, and I genuinely enjoyed that. I had no thoughts that game was going to go not down to the wire, but to go that deep. It was really enjoyable.
So join us for more games. Game 5 and 6. Doubleheader again at 2 o'clock and 6:30. This is Billy Furlong and Sheldon Rooks alongside me, saying the next time you hear from us will be at the toss.